You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, couldn't be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my, you are my, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my, you are my, you are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, couldn't be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IGL Weekday Warriors. My name is Soren. Joined with me, as always, is Raid. Raid, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great, feeling great. We were just looking at some of the ranks of the teams here, and I'm excited to see a rather interesting game play out for us.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you are new to the Weekday Warriors series, just a little bit of a fill in. It's $100 prize pool. Top two are the winners. But this time around, we have a very big pool of competitors. We were looking at it pre
Oof.
lobby, and it's looking like we have 30 teams vying for that cash prize. So We have a long day of Valorant, but a lot of good Valorant to be had. And starting up, we have Dog Pound versus Crown the King. And we're going to be starting on Ascend. What are your thoughts? Ascend, a pretty balanced map, I would say. You can bring a lot out on it.
Oh, absolutely. It's also one of the maps because it's a lot easier to figure out that oftentimes teams come with a much stranger and more unique play to it to try and figure out how they want to capture a site or how they want to hold it. And I'm excited to see if we see any off-meta picks because whenever I've cast Ascent at the very least, and whenever we see it at a more sort of professional level, whether it be like a Masters or whatnot, oftentimes Ascent is the map that teams will bring out that more sort of unique and strange comp or off-meta picks to the table. So I'm excited to see if that's something that any of these teams will bring out today.
Yeah, absolutely. The agent pool for this map is definitely I definitely think it's the widest.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
absolutely.
just about every one of the controllers are viable. I think the
Mm,
least viable is Viper, but even
mhm,
still, Viper can still be used really, really well. Every single one of the initiators are a good pick on this map.
mhm,
Even I think Breach is the least consistent, but
mhm.
even still is still used quite often. The Duelist, obviously, some duels don't get used anywhere near as much
Of
Euro, but
course.
that's more Valorant
Mhm,
as a general than
mhm.
Ascent as it is. But we are going to get right in the way of things, and we're going to go right into Agent Select.
Absolutely. Just touching on Yoru and whatnot, I would love to see nothing more than to have a Yoru pick come out. You know me, I love to play Yoru. Mostly because he is considered that off-meta pick because he's not necessarily the best and he can't fit in amazingly with a lot of different comps. But at the same time, because he has such a strange playstyle to him and the skill ceiling is so high, those that lock him in with confidence, I generally have a lot of hope for because I would love to see some amazing whack plays and for whoever ends up playing Yoru to get into the enemy's head because that's what he's all about.
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing that wide selection of
Mhm.
agents here. You're
Mhm.
seeing the chamber, and on the other side, it looks like we're going to be seeing a KJ, which, as a KJ main, love
Mhm.
to see it. I love to see her getting back into the meta, and she's actually really, really strong on Ascent, so not a bad pickup at all. They were hovering Brimstone for a little bit, but we're going to see that double Omen, which is very
Choose
smart.
your
Omen has a
agent.
Oh.
really good, range for their smokes, like as opposed to Brim, who's a little bit more limited. So a little bit more map control was hovering the Yoru there. I think we all had a little
Oh
bit of hope,
man.
but it's gonna be the
Yeah.
Jet. It's gonna be the Jet, but
Oh.
it's gonna be pretty similar teams. I think the only real switch out we're gonna see is the Chamber and the KJ on the opposing sides here, and that could be a big thing going into this because Chamber is a Sentinel, yes, but he's in some parts only a Sentinel in name. If you're not
Mhm.
getting kills with a Chamber, you're not playing Chamber correctly. He's a really, really big fragger for your team. Meanwhile, KJ is a lot more sit in the back and kind of ratty play style, and one that I love. Don't get me wrong, but definitely similar but very different ideas when it comes to these
Mhm.
two.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I am excited to see the KJ starting on defense, of course, because, all of the different usage for
Placing
util and
sentry.
whatnot, for her to be able to completely lock down a site almost entirely by herself. I'm excited to see if we see any amazing util usage plays or anything like that coming out from Bents, considering the fact that they're starting on the favorite half, of course, for KJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see a pretty, standard start for that KJ
Mhm.
setup. They're actually going to be setting it up over under Boathouse by the toggle for door, which is pretty normal. They almost always go for that closed door. So,
Oof.
I think Sai actually did get spotted there visually and by the dart. So that's going to be a pretty big piece of information seeing that chamber over on the B side. But the attack is actually leaning
Oof.
over towards A, and the frenzy shots are going to come out, not going to hit anything. Taiga's actually sitting on the other side of the smoke with a shorty, so we'll see. But seeing that presence, they're actually going to go, and it looks like could they go for much more of a split, a 3-2-2, or excuse me, a 1-2-2.
They're wrapping back around to A main right now. I think they're just trying to play a little bit slower here to see if the defending half will make a little bit more of... Ooh, a little bit more noise to
That's
try and figure out how many defenders on each site, but they managed to catch everybody in A main there, so of course it's gonna kind of force him to wrap around back towards B. Or take mid here.
Tiger's sitting in the smoke, waiting patiently for someone to push. And
Whoa,
Sunday's gonna
Toasty.
open up proceedings, but Toasty's gonna follow suit. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Tiger gets to deal with that shorty, but again, the trade comes out with Toasty getting a 2K for the round. Door will go down. Spike following suit, and now they have firm control of site. And they do have the man advantage, but they do not have the health advantage right now. Both Psy and, excuse me, Dev are very, very low. Ooh, the turret's not down yet, too. That can do some serious damage. That's like 18 a shot if it hits.
This could be huge.
They're gonna push through. Bent finds one. Oh, gonna tap the spike.
Alright.
Classic in hand is gonna have to do the most. The headhunter shots are fully out.
Classic
Very
right
tricky
click in the
position.
dream.
Right click is not gonna hit. Oh, and that is gonna be Toasty and Smithy to secure the first round. Ooh, good start for
Oh,
Dog
that's a
Pound.
great start. Absolutely. It was rather unfortunate because we are all aware of how inconsistent the right click can be with the classic, but sometimes you hit that perfect shot and manage to get some lethal damage in, but unfortunately for Bents, that just wasn't the case. Even though it seemed as though they had that shot lined up in the head, unfortunately, the RNG for the right click just wasn't quite in their favor. But that was a textbook attack there. And it was looking a little dicey for them towards the end of that round, but luckily with the setup between Toasty and Psy, they managed to take it over, no problem.
Oh my, that's a huge start. That finds all of them, and it's just a mad dash through middle, and not only is it a dash, it's a massacre. As it's gonna be a flawless, as one by one, they just get mowed down in the mid space. Full. I mean, if you're gonna have an eco and you're gonna go out in a bang, might as well make it a spectacle, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they were so close to denying the fact that that was a flawless because Duper was on only like 5 health at that point, but unfortunately they weren't able to get that last tap down, whether it be a body or even a toe shot at that point. But at the very least, like you said, they're going into an econ and whatnot, so of course just make it flashy, make it a spectacle. They know that they aren't favored to win that, of course. They just want to get it over with as quickly as possible so they can come into the next round with as best a buy as they can.
And this is technically an anti-eco because, you know, or excuse me, a bonus because it is going to be a full buy coming out from Dog Pound. Sunday is going to get spotted, but it doesn't matter. Finds one, gets the spray onto the second, doesn't find the kill though. Tiger tries to get the peak, but it doesn't go the way they want to, and now it's going to be a 4-on-3.
Spike planted.
Then, so I was going to say, Auntie is going to be on their own, but Auntie finds one, bringing it to a 3v3 situation. Toasty does have that Vandal in hand and has 5 kills on the board already. It's heavy with this Odin. Might be able to do something, maybe get a wall bang or two, but it's gonna be a tricky spot. They're gonna fire to the floor. They won't find anything.
Close.
And Santana brings it 2-2. 2v1, Odin in hand. Savi's gonna have to do the most here. The flash comes out. And this may just be a matter of saving. No, they're just gonna go for it. And they will fall. That is gonna be the bonus converted for Crown, excuse me, yeah, Crown the King. 3-0. This is a really, really strong start for them.
Absolutely. That's also really, really unfortunate for Dog Pound right now because you go into that with the expectation that, of course, considering how well Crown did previously, they're of course going to have a really strong economy. And of course, that was technically a bonus round. But I'm pretty sure they came into that with 3 rifles in hand still, full shields and full util. So they didn't have to really give up anything. And they were still coming into that 3rd round as if they were coming into a full buy. But they have such aggression and they're so confident taking those duels with one another, and it looks as though their gunplay is just so unbelievably precise right now that they can run down any lane that they want, and they're confident that they're going to win it.
Toasty giving Savi a little bit of the taste of their own medicine, picking up that Odin in the last round so early, picking it up and just going over to B main and you know, giving a nice counter spray and finding 2 as they try to push them. And It's looking like it's falling apart here. Gavin sitting very, very forward into mid.
Don't do it.
No, don't do it. Cleansed. Oh, Gavin, that's oh, the sad story we've seen oh so many times. It never gets any easier.
No, it never does. You know, we all know the feeling. We've all been knifed in the back at least a few times before. It's never particularly pleasant. It's just rubbing salt in the wound at this point, right? They've picked up 4 rounds in a row, and it doesn't seem like their momentum is going to let up anytime soon.
Here.
And luckily,
Here.
on the side of Dog Pound right now, Onsi's coming out with an operator. Considering that's Jet on defense, they should hopefully be able to get something done. Or rather, they need to get something done. At the very least, they do pick up Psy in the beginning of the round, which is huge. But
I was just gonna say, they made this adaptation. They set up the KJ utility on A, which is what they needed to do. Stop this A push, but the man comes out, and that makes it difficult to deal with. So Benz, with a judge, gets at least one on site, gets their kill for the round, and oh no, Onsi takes a little bit of that Odin damage.
Onsi's just stalwart, staying in their position, being spammed out.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, Savvy with the Odin themselves finds one.
Right,
There we go. That is the first round they're going to pick up. That is going to be the 5th round finally going into the way of Dog Pound. It looked pretty convincing. That was pretty good. That operator in the hand of Onsi, excuse me, definitely looked very promising.
Oh, absolutely. You know, considering the past couple of rounds, it looked as though Dog Pound isn't particularly comfortable on retakes, especially, of course, on A, as that's been the site that's been repeatedly hit time and time again. But luckily, considering the fact that I believe it was Sunday and Bents that were sort of staying as almost the anchor on site there, managing to pick off 2 and sort of evening the playing field there. Luckily, it made the retake a lot easier, so they were actually able to get in there and get something done. I was a little worried considering the fact that they had bought an Odin and an operator. Trying to take and retake A on that site can be a little bit difficult with an operator, but luckily, they managed to keep both of them up, so economy's in a much better spot than it was previously.
Savi is going to get spotted by that recon dart, and that's a big presence over in B main, so they are going to pull away, and they're going to make their way over the catwalk. Sunday, we've seen this before. They get spotted by the drone to find one. The Milkman comes out. It's only going to delay them going down for a few
Squad
seconds,
right there.
as poor Sunday is just executed over a tree. But seeing that and possibly even hearing this rotation, they're actually going to counter-rotate. They're going to push through. Juper pushed all the way through B site. He's all the way into back alley with that smoke down. So that's almost certainly just going to give them complete control of B. And now, we said it before, they don't like to play for retakes. But that's exactly what they're going to have to do here to win this round.
Once again, it's an Odin and an operator in hand.
30
and it's
seconds
going
left.
to be a little bit more difficult for them to take that. There's so many close angles here, and at 14 health,
Getting away.
being out.
Barely with scraps left. That smoke's going to make it difficult for them to push through. That dart's not going to find anything, but they're going to hear 2 bullets, so that should give them a little bit of information. Oh, Benz tries to take the jiggle, but that wall is wall
Last player
bangable.
standing.
Now Onsi, operator in hand.
Right?
Who does find Gavin is just going to have to do the most to get away, but will pop the Blade Storm, but all for naught, as Juper, coming up huge in that round, by the way,
Absolutely.
gets that final kill. Ooh.
They
That's
decided
really, really strong.
Oh, absolutely. Crown has been displaying some real knowledge and just sort of intelligence and knowledge on the map in general, considering how often we have people sort of flanking through sites, entirely taking it and sort of clearing, you know, back near boathouse and whatnot, and just double checking and making sure that there's nobody on the defense that seems to be lurking around and staying behind just for that possible sort of split push. But they seem to have full control of this map right now. Their gunplay is amazing. We're gonna need to see something change up in Dog Pound with the way and the cadence that they sort of take these fights, how quickly they want to peak and whatnot, for them to really start getting on the board here. Luckily, they do have 1 round under the belt, but that's still a little bit questionable considering that Crown has 5.
Onsi barely gonna get spotted out there.
Ooh.
Cavin's gonna let them know they see him, and that fragmentation grenade is going to delay that push, and Toasty is just going to make their way onto site. Onsi, Sheriff Hand is gonna have to do something here. Will find one. He's gonna push through, but will get mowed down by Toasty. 4v3, and again, it's just Sheriffs in their hands. So at this point, playing for damage control is probably the best they can do, unless they pull a miracle out inside. Is making that difficult.
1 enemy remaining.
Make it impossible. Change that. You know, rescript that a little bit. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sitting here and trying to think about the utility and whatnot, and just the overall composition that Dog Pound has right now. Considering they're on the defensive half, with that KJ util, they should be having overall the advantage, just purely from the standpoint of ability usage, right? And I'm trying to figure out what exactly they might be able to change in the way that they're approaching these rounds for them to start having the advantage coming into them. Luckily, Onsi's picking up the operator before, and we knew at the very least that they were pretty lethal with it in the past. Although it may have only been picking up 1 pick in the beginning of the round, still, that's all they seemingly needed in order to come into that and win it. So hopefully we can see Onsi sort of repeat that again, but we'll see.
A mass utility dump over on A, and I do like the KJ setup over on A, but it's not really finding much value. They left A open. Like, they had that util over in tree. They had men sitting over in tree and garden, but the site itself was just open. Taiga does teleport behind, tries to hit the wall bang on Dev, who was ulting, but doesn't do a lick of
Gotta go, Taiga.
He has to do something. Will find a kill on Dev. That is going to be a decent amount of information.
All right.
Sunday over on site is doing what they can.
Get out of my way.
Toasty gets a trade.
Right
Blake
click
Storm
is
gets
easier.
Toasty with that right click just removes them from the lobby. Taiga, will get the blinded kill on Gavin, but Toasty, who, by the way, 15-1 so far in the 8 rounds we've played, really playing off the charts today.
No, absolutely.
Coming up big for the team when they really need it, and honestly, they're a massive reason why they are such a commanding lead in this game.
Most definitely. And that's the performance that you want to see from a Jet on the attacking side, right? This is something that may not necessarily be an expectation, but that is definitely something that would be very, very desirable for a team to have. Because, of course, Jet, the entirety of her utility and just kit in general is all made for fragging out, taking the fights that Toasty is taking, and making sure that you are confident in these 1v1s. And Toasty is clearly confident that they can win whatever fight seems to come to them, whether it's 1-on-1, 1v2, or even a 1v3 at this point. Their ability to just take space and get on site is unmatched in the lobby right now.
Taya trying to take this aggressive duel, but it's barely. Pretty sure that, gave him a little bit of a haircut there, but they were able to get away. Only a little bit of damage. And I don't know. I'm looking at this setup, and I'm not the biggest fan. That Noki does come out, but that pushes them completely off the site. It doesn't give them space to use the Killjoy utility over in tree. Dev finds the kill, and Spike goes down so early into this round. Dev, the pure weapon disadvantage there leads them to getting 2. And they're trying to do something, but Toasty removes Taiga over in heaven, and Toasty just mows him down over by door. It's very one-sided, and right now, Telegram have to do something, because it wasn't really mentioned in the pregame, but Weekday Warriors, this is a single elimination. You lose this, you're out. You're gone. You're going home.
Right.
So if they want to continue in this competition, they really need to turn around. They either have to have an amazing second half, because there's no way to really bring this half back. The best they'll be able to do is a 4-8, and I think you can both say pretty convincingly that it's much more likely to get a 9-3 or a 10-2, because they are a commanding presence. So they're gonna have a amazing second half to do anything.
All right.
That's a great way to start.
That's a great start. That's a great start.
Unseen, what are you doing?
What?
Mike single-handedly bring them back into this game. Give the man an operator and he'll make magic happen. Finally, Sai removes the monster from the server, puts them into a pretty good position. Yeah, Duper playing that smoke. Well, they think the check. Oh, no, Benz. It's taken out.
Enemy
Does have the operator.
Player standing.
Someday.
2 health.
And Savi with the operator. The operator diff really coming out there, but really Ansi putting the team on their back, securing their second round to the half. Woo!
Man.
What a round. What a round.
What a round indeed. Absolutely. You know, we were talking about, or at the very least, I was talking about what you want and what's desirable from a Jett. And right then and there, Ansi, I think, heard our voices in the back of their mind and went, you know what, maybe I do need to step up. And that, those back-to-back kills with the operator, especially considering the fact that Gavin had exploded out of smoke, luckily was not facing Ansi at the point of sort of impact there. But still, that was an amazing showing. Ansi again, opening up with a pick.
There we go. Ansi's finally coming alive here. Is using the Blade Storm instead of the operator. Finds one, finds two. Duper coming out and might have just
all you
caught
need.
Sova off guard, but luckily Gavin was there to support them, so they find the kill. But like you said, that might just be enough to secure the round. It's a 3v4. But Dev has done some amazing work in the last few rounds. Maybe they'll be able to do it again. Gavin still playing very advanced here. He's actually going to get pushed back by that fragmentation. Toasty has the operator in hand now. Oh, that's not a fun sight to see if you're a fan of Dog Pound.
Absolutely not. You know, I was looking at, of course, just the difference in just sort of population of the teams right now. It's a 4v3, but Toasty, the man of the hour, 18-2 is still up, and that's going to make it a little bit more difficult. And I would almost imagine strike a little bit of uncertainty and fear in Dog Pound right now, as the juggernaut of the lobby is still, unfortunately for them, alive.
Oh, Taiga though still has the operator, finds the kill on Gavin. Toasty catches Taiga off guard, but not enough to get the kill. Toasty misses the second shot as well. 4v2, the operator holding this angle, finally gets that kill on top. The null command comes out, leaving them without the utility. And Taiga coming alive with the operator themselves, find the 3K, and I said it was much more likely to be a 9-3, 10-2, but I didn't actually think that we might see an 8-4 here. This is in the realm of possibility. It's not amazing, but it's workable. We've seen Brazier happen in Valorant.
Absolutely. And apparently everybody on Dog Pound is a menace with the operator, and they have 2 in their arsenal right now. So I would not be particularly surprised if they managed to really pull this round out and make it an 8-4, because in the past 2 rounds, they managed to show some amazing prowess, and their gunplay with the operator setup and apparently retake as well has been amazing. And we know that retaking on these sites with the operator aren't necessarily the greatest because of how close the angles are, but man, if they can get it done.
He's stuck in a corner, is gonna have to do something here. Oh no, did anyone clear it? No one cleared him? Sai is going to get the first kill on the Savi, but somehow Ansi is still alive with the operator. Finally goes down. Dev finds the kill. Taiga still has one in hand. I say that as the Odin spam comes through. Super now with the operator. Bench is gonna have to do the most. Finds two, but Psy finally catches him out with that tour de force, and the hope was there,
Switching
but
sides.
I was gonna say they made that adjustment. They were afraid of those operators. You could tell
Absolutely.
because they gave up that mid space. They've been playing for mid almost every single round. The moment they realized that that operator was in the hands of Taiga and Ansi, they immediately just went for a full bar speed. They said, nah, we're not dealing with that, and just completely skirted around it.
Absolutely. And it was a little bit unfortunate because I think there were two kills from Odin Spam there through Boathouse, which is a little bit unfortunate, but at the same time, there's not much Dogpound at that moment could have done because they know that they needed to try their absolute best to contest lane, or at least contest something, because Crown still had all 5 players on the board there. So they had to try and make some sort of a play, no matter how risky it might have ended up being.
Psy finds 2!
No, you can't do that.
Playing super aggressively, still in the rendezvous range, but very, very aggressive with the headhunter. But you can do that, I guess, when you can just pull magic out of a hat. Now the retake comes out, and it's clinical. Ansi, last man standing, is just getting peppered, and will get taken out by that shock dart. And there was a little bit of hope. There was a little bit of hope for Dogpound, but at the end of the day, I think that the class is coming out here from the side of Crown the King. As I don't even want to say that Dogpound is doing bad, but I just think Crown the King is just a different level of team. They are really, really showing their skills today.
They are phenomenal right now. They are the ability to play as a team as well, because oftentimes when you see people that manage to get their gunplay to such a pristine and amazing, almost like peak form, as you're seeing from like Toasty and Psy as of right now on Crown, oftentimes they have a tendency to play much more individual plays and aren't necessarily the greatest when it comes to trying to come up with gameplay. They've been doing this pretty convincingly.
Super finds one with Shorty. Dev. 2 with that Spectre, and Taiga tries to teleport in. Oh, he's gonna do it again. He's gonna do it again. He's gonna find it. Oh. Precise gameplay. That is precise tactical gameplay on the side of
the description of Valorant really is, tactical and precise gunplay. And I think that was the pinnacle of that description right there. That double updraft with the Spectre spamming through the window over top of B. Sometimes, there's only so much you can do when you're up against players that just have the gall to be able to pull off a play like that, with, for some reason, just going, you know what, I have so much faith in my team that if somehow they manage to pop off and get a headshot while I'm double updrafting here, it'll be fine, so I'm just going to spam through that top window in B, and it won't really matter. And it worked. Everything that Crown is doing right now seems to be working in their favor.
Sunday finds that opening kill on Jupiter, who unluckily gets just milliseconds a little bit too delayed with the ending animation of that reload. But the trade does come out, and Sabi is now pushed up very aggressively. I was very aggressively pushed up before Gavin decided that was no longer allowed. Oh, Gavin, 14 health remaining. Flash comes out, and instead of retreating, they're just going to push. Taiga does finally get the kill, but as always, Toasty gets the counter frag. And this is probably the scariest part about this team. Is you mentioned that the team play was on point. Almost every single time that Dogpound have had like one of those really amazing opening kills, there's always a trade that goes.
Last player standing.
Ansi, no.
Ansi. But that Spectre does find 2 to a 1v1. They're actually closer than you would expect. Both in mid. Only 13 seconds on the clock. Ansi's gonna have to make a break for it. They might just be able to do it, but they're not gonna have the luxury of choosing where the plant goes. They're just gonna have to. I say blame Boathouse or Stairs, and it looks like Stairs is the way to go. They don't know where Sai is, but they have a pretty reasonable guess, and they're gonna get right!
Let's see.
Onsi.
Oh,
Whoa, what a play. What a guess. I mean, unless I missed something there, that was almost purely speculative
absolutely.
of where Sai could have been coming from. What a
No,
good
absolutely.
read.
Okay, so Ansi's at the very least managed to keep Dog Pound afloat currently, because of course, if Crown had won that, they'd be coming up the match point, and that is not what you want to see, considering what we were talking about before. As of right now, this is a single elimination bracket. If they lose here, they're, like you said, just going home. They don't have another opportunity in this current day tournament. So they're going to need to make every single kill, every play. They're going to need to make everything count. And hopefully that play from Ansi instilled Doghound with a little bit of hope and a little bit more confidence coming into this round, but they're going to be maybe trying for B here with 3 defenders pretty well set up, and it's going to be a little bit terrifying here.
Make it 2 as Sai immediately goes down. Gavin does find the trade onto Sunday. Dev, though, coming alive, finds 2. Gavin finds
enemy
on
remaining.
Nice with the off.
flashed off, and Taiga seeing them pull magic
unfortunate.
out, but you know, you have 3 people all around you shooting at you. It's hard to choose which one to look at, I guess.
Right. Now, Doghound has no econ. They'll be buying up
scrap buy.
stingers and pistols. At least they'll have, you know, one Phantom in their arsenal. 2 Spectres and a Stinger, but they're coming up against 2 Operators in the hands of Toasty and Duper, which is not what you want to see. 23 and 5 on round 17.
I mean, there is still hope. Right now, Ansi does have the Blade Storm, and it's gonna get rightfully so. Hunter's Fury as well. He's gonna come out with the Operator, makes it difficult to do anything. The smokes will come out. They're gonna try to get them up, and they just about will, but it doesn't really matter as Sunday goes up just to come right back down to earth.
My goodness.
And it's a massacre. It's 5-2. I think the Blade Storm has well and truly run out, so it's only a Spectre in the hands of Ansi. We have the Hero Rifle in the hands of Savi, but there's not all so much they can do. Toasty, they're just gonna play aggressive here. They can do it. They absolutely can. The updraft peak is gonna find both, so they know they're still there. Oh no.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh
no.
Ansi stuck in the corner. They're not expecting Savi up top. Savi should find 2. I see that. No, don't do it.
30 seconds
Can't do
left.
it. Don't do it. Finds one with a knife, and it's a knife fight. And at the end of the day,
Defenders win.
Duper, who had such a good round with the double operator setup over on A, finishes out the map, and that is going to be the end of the road for Dog Pound. But Crown the King, really, really strong performance, and not only a strong performance for this round, but with that dominant of a performance, that could lead them to victory just mentally over the next couple rounds. Because, like I said earlier, we have a lot more games to go.
Absolutely. Oh, other competitors that are going to be going up against Crown the King right now have to be shaking in their boots. There's no way you see a performance like that and come into the next game as confident as you can be.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's gonna be an uphill battle, of course. Like I said, we have 30 plus teams, so it's gonna be a long way to go. But the next place to go is the next game. But before we get there, we are going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere, because the IGL Weekday Warriors is not going anywhere either. We'll be right back after a short break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us yet again. If you missed the first part of the stream, we are coming at you with the IGL Weekday Warriors event. We had our first game, pretty dominant into the way of a win for Crown the King, but we have plenty of action in store. But before we get to the next game, just a couple of quick announcements from IGL. Come check out the Solos Arena event that we have going on. We're doing it monthly. It is going to be a private matchmaking service with prizes at the end of each month. You can sign up now. First 100 people get their first month free. It's a fun time. Come check it out, and you can win prizes. It's a win all around. And if you want more information, go check out our Discord if you're on it, or the website with even more information. So go check that out as well. The Neon Black series, we've had it this entire month, but we have one more weekend left. So come check us out tomorrow and Saturday for that event. That's $275 up for grabs. Don't want to miss it. But we are here for the weekday Warriors, and coming up in our next match is going to be Tenfold versus Think Again on Haven, my favorite map. I am so excited. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I love seeing Haven and I love seeing Ascent. So luckily in our last game we saw Ascent and now we're seeing Haven. And of course I love when, in general, any games that I used to play, whether it be, CSGO, Overwatch and whatnot, when multiple points were involved, because that could, of course, lead to a lot of funky fake outs and plays and whatnot. So I'm excited to see what compositions are going to be ran by both sides, and to see if we see, once again, I'm just going to keep putting that out there at the beginning of every match, because, maybe if I hope for it hard enough, it'll actually come through. But, an off-meta pick, maybe, might not necessarily happen, but at the same time, it's something that I will always be rooting for. But once again, just the fact that we're seeing Haven in general is more than enough to satisfy me.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another one of those maps where the agent pool of, I say viable, you can play any agent on any map,
Yeah,
but
of course.
the meta, I guess, is a better term for it. The
Mhm.
meta picks are actually quite wide. Really,
Yeah.
all of 2020, Valorant has been opening up, with the introduction of Chamber kind of pushing Jet to the side to no longer being the best agent, and the buffs, the controllers, the addition of Fade. So all the agents have adjusted and are pretty viable on every map, but Haven and Ascent, I think, are personally the two that are the most flexible on this map. Much like before, all the initiators are viable. They actually get swapped around quite a bit. I know, I believe it's a Sova and Sky. Sorry, I blanked out so hard. Sova and actually KO go together usually well, and Breach and Sky are used together as well. So, and they get flipped around, but those are usually the pairings that we like to see on this map. The controller, again, Viper, not the preferred on this map. Still very useful. There's still a lot of lineups here that you can get a lot of value out of. Omen gets used a lot. Astra gets used a lot. Brimstone, which has made a resurgence in the current meta, is used on this map as well. So, and of course, the duelist category is open. And this is a map where Cypher is available. This is a really good Cypher map too.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
the Sentinels, you have the full roster as well. So what are your thoughts? What are we there we go. We see the Cypher almost immediately come out. What are your thoughts here? What are your thoughts?
I Omen has a tendency to be the sort of like foremost controller for a lot of teams when it comes to Haven, just because he can make plays by himself. His blind can cover entire points and lanes and whatnot. His TPs are great, and of course his ultimate can manage to completely psych out teams, and it is a great agent to play if you have a lot of different strats in mind. That being said, of course, love Omen, but having that Cypher already locked in is a little bit exciting, and having
we got it!
Yoru locked in?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him! That is a Yoru locked in by Spike.
Did my dream come true in the second game already? I thought I was going to have to keep pleading with whatever's looking over our Valorant matches today to just keep asking for maybe our Yoru pick, or maybe something that would be considered more off meta, but man, that is a very interesting composition that I have not really Scene, let's talk about that
Select
for a
your
second over on
agent.
the attacker side.
It's interesting. It's the
Mhm.
most off meta pick I think we've seen in most of the
Right.
IGL in general. That is so
Mhm.
off meta. Yoru is not a normal pickup at all.
No.
We see Cypher getting picked up as well, which, like I said, is viable. It's
Mhm.
not the preferred,
Mhm.
but if you know how to use him right, he could be deadly, especially over on A site. So
Absolutely.
that's an amazing pickup. I actually thought for a second we weren't going to get a duelist on that team, which I thought would have been
Mhm.
even crazier. But then they pulled the Yoru out.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna look like an incredible game, and I believe that is tenfold running the off meta. By the way, I will double check, but I'm pretty sure that's tenfold giving us a show right now.
This is going to be interesting. I think what's catching me most off guard isn't necessarily the individual agent picks, but all of them together on one team, right? Like,
Yeah.
the cohesion, of course, I'm sure that they have a plan, because nobody comes into it, and they had all been hovering them, or at least essentially insta-lock them as soon as we came to Hero Select. So they had confidence in their picks, and it's not like they decided to reset. We didn't re-roll back Hero Select or anything. It wasn't like somebody accidentally locked. This is the composition that they want to play, which means I'm excited to see if they have any weird, just sort of out of the ordinary plays and strats to come into this.
And we are already seeing some pretty aggressive plays coming out from
Oh, no.
Zinc. Beast is actually going to get spotted out. The Rendezvous comes out, saving them, but they're going to be very, very low. And here we go. Sova is going to be sitting over on C, going to try to do their best to protect it, but that attack is actually stalled a little bit. They've pulled back almost entirely. They took a lot of space in mid and then retracted almost fully. And now it's looking like it's going to be an A hit here. And this team is very interesting. It has a lot of firepower when it comes to entry. That Fade with
Absolutely.
information and Breach with the pure ability to just utility dump onto a site. Might be able to do the most, but Psych might get caught out, and they will Rogue, finding that open kill. Trade that with Zinc, but Hein is going to be able to get 1, 3v2.
Trade after trade after trade right now.
Siege, interestingly, did not pick up much Uto and instead opted for the Ghost, so they're playing in a pretty advanced position. Cam goes down. Siege does go down. The Headhunter might be able to do some damage. Not quite there. Rio getting caught out. Things as well. Sofa finding the final 2. Was protecting C site, but then retook A site to secure round number 1. Think again.
Absolutely. That's definitely a decent start for the defensive half right now. It was looking a little dicey, considering that they had exploded onto A pretty convincingly, and they had managed to get a few picks here and there, but like we were saying before, they all ended up being trades, so that wasn't particularly the best, as well as the fact that most on the attacking side right now ended up being pretty low as well coming into that fight. So as of course Sofa just rounded that corner with the frenzy, they managed to just get a few body shots in, and that was that. But I'm excited to see that coming into this second round here with nothing but classics and a little bit of util in hand, what they're gonna do, how they're gonna make this work.
I think a very similar setup here. Spike putting some pressure over on Garage, and the TP is actually going to come out. Spike sitting all the way in the back is going to get not going to take any damage from either the bullets nor the aftershock, but they're going to completely retreat like we've been seeing. Very weirdly, looking over on A site, you see that Bish is taking this very advanced position. Meanwhile, Siege and Loro are completely past them, almost isolated from the rest of the team, as they've already taken A site because there's no one there. The only one there is Beast with this very forward position.
Now, Beast could get an amazing wrap right now through short if they don't realize they're there, but Elro didn't clear it. Oh, that's so unfortunate. And they get a wrap through short, which looks like exactly what they're gonna do. Oh no, come on.
Finally gets taken out by Loro. And it's now a much more dangerous position to be in. Aftershock is going to come out. A little bit of a strange position. I think it may have been more useful over towards CT. Rogue Pringle with the Spectre is going to try to put him down from range. Siege, very little health to work with here. Does find the ding, but not the kill. Classic only. Not enough damage. It's behind the bullets, and that is going to be the second round going anyways again. That's exactly what you would expect, but it was actually very, very costly for them too.
And here's the thing as well. They came into that almost practically full saving as well. They bought nothing but classics and just a little bit of util, and they managed to make that pretty costly. And goodness, if Siege was not close to picking up another one there, that was almost a little bit scary. Now they're going to be coming into it with a full buy here and just the slightest bit of cushioning for Siege and Zinx, considering the, you know, the kills that they had managed to get in the past 2 rounds. But we'll see where this takes them. I'm excited to see how they want to take maybe a quick C push with a TP from Yoru. We'll see.
Yeah, the Prowler is going to double hit Rogue there, going to get them caught out. Rio's going to take sight and will spray through. Won't find Sofa, but Laro behind them finds the trade. And Beast trying to play advanced like they were before, but is going to get caught out this time. Though Gamer with that Sheriff brings it back a little bit, brings it to a 4v1, but Sheriff in hand, you can only really do so much, especially when you have Siege walking up behind you with the Phantom, and that is going to be a pretty confident win for the 3rd round, picking up that bonus.
Oh, absolutely. That's great looking and coming into the next few rounds here. Their economy is still amazing, considering the fact that once again they had a little bit of padding coming into the last round, and now that they had 4 people still remaining on their team, they have plenty of credits to buy anybody who would need it for, you know, the next round or so, even if they were to lose this one. Now, of course, not confident that they will, because the prowess on that rifle round right there was great. Not only the gun plays, but whether it be flanking, wrapping, or lurking, whatever they were doing in general, they seem to be doing pretty well and pretty confidently, so I'm excited to see how they want to take this next round hit.
Yeah, you could definitely tell they've changed their strategy just a little bit, no longer pushing for that garage space, and instead playing very aggressively towards A, drawing out a little bit of utility. The gate crash is going to come out, and it is going to get pretty far into sight. It looks like it's going to get caught up in the back of hell, and it is actually going to just get taken out by Gamer. So nothing to be found there. And it looks like, here we go, they're propositioning for this A hit. Spike, very unfortunately, keeps getting caught out very early in these rounds. So hopefully they can make a difference in this one. Smoke goes out, teleport follows suit, and Spike finds the 1 kill on the site. Rogue is in a situation, but finds 2 regardless.
No.
But finally gets taken out by that
30 seconds
aftershock.
left.
Spike is still down over in short, but site really isn't confidently taken. Beast is now over in heaven. They don't see him. Loro goes down, and the attack is completely fallen apart. Rogue Pringle really making it happen over on A. Spike is still
10 seconds
up,
left.
is going to try to get the Spike
Siege
down, and was in a tricky situation, but Siege just picks him out of the air like a madman. Oh, the flash comes out. Siege in a really bad spot. Flash, can't see anything in Ein. That retake. Oh, so clinical. Ein pushing through, getting those kills with Sofa right behind him, just dumping that utility like I mentioned earlier.
Absolutely. No, that was a perfect retake. And they're coming up into every single one of their ultimates now. Now, of course, the attackers are, although they may not all have their ultimates readily available right now, they're at the very least 1 off. So we should be coming into a few interesting rounds here, as hopefully we'll see some ultimate usage from the attackers to actually make their way onto site. As, of course, you have plenty of entry with Breach, Fade, and of course, Yoru as well. Considering the buff that was given pretty recently, and the fact that he can unplug from his ultimate really rather quickly now, definitely makes his ability to enter onto a point much more viable. But we'll see how they decide to use this.
So aggressive from Rogue Pingle,
A.
and not only does he get the kill with the right click, he gets 2 with the right click, pushes forward, a little bit overzealous, does get taken out by Zinc as well. Spike put themselves all the way into the back of A site and will get taken out the moment they get out of their ult as well. So not a great position to be in. It was looking very promising, but after all that utility, fades away. Sorry for the pun. The only ones that are left are Fade and Cypher still standing, and I don't know if they really know where to go because Siege is only working with 17 health remaining.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Man, I have to imagine that aggressive play from Rogue just entirely threw almost everybody in the lobby off kilter, including maybe their own team.
30
because
seconds
there was,
left.
I would imagine, no expectation that you get 2 from the jet knife right click. But lo and behold, that is exactly what happened in Zinx. Oh boy.
Ein actually
Come
quite
on now.
fortunate not to hit that. I was holding the right angle. Ooh, that C's is going to be huge, keeping Beast out of the way and mute it as well.
What?
Might be able to do something here.
No
Gamer
way.
Going over from the left
One
is going
enemy
to find
remaining.
Siege.
Last player
Zinc, the
standing.
last one remaining. Full health versus this guy with nothing, and
Oh man.
is gonna find the 4K and secure the round. That was a 2v4, by the way. Coming
Who
back,
needs a
and
weapon?
they also invested that Rolling Thunder too. So that was so costly.
Absolutely.
Strong start thinking.
Yeah, seeing the boundary of the spike being planted in the corner from Siege caused both that were going in the retake of B to focus primarily on that Cypher, so they just let Zinc sort of wrap around and manage to get a pick to win out the round there. I don't know if they actually managed to get the info of exactly where Zinx was playing because of that Rolling Thunder and just how sort of narrow-sighted they were on Siege at the time. And of course, they used every ultimate in their arsenal for that round and didn't manage to pick it up. And now, of course, Attack is going to be able to just aggressively and quickly make their way on the site. Ooh.
Nightfall is going to come out. It's going to give away the information into the back of site. Sofa does make it costly as they enter site, though. Finds
Spike planted.
one, but here we go. The spike is down. The retake is getting ready to go, but Rowe gets the kill on the road. But Ein is going to find Spike in the smoke. So the retake is segmented. Ein is going to have to just push. Is going to be found in that smoke as well.
One
Now,
enemy
Gamer.
remaining.
Oh no, 1v1. We've seen this before. Gamer was in this mere minutes ago, and there we go. Rolling Thunder.
Barely catches.
Flash comes out, and Rowe with a 3K on the round finds Gamer. Very unfortunate. That's 2 1v1s that Gamer's had in back-to-back rounds, and neither one go their way.
Right. Oh man. This is
Anyway.
looking a little bit difficult for defense right now. If they allow the Attack to continue picking up this momentum, even if they're only winning rounds by 1 or 2 people at a time, that's all they need to continue rolling and snowballing their econ the way that they are. Of course, Rio's needing to pick up a Guardian, but at the same time, a Guardian is much more consistent, and I would dare say a little bit of a better weapon than a Sheriff, especially if you're going to be playing on defense here.
Beast with a very aggressive position. Has to rendezvous away. Gamer is going to get caught out with that flash. Excuse me. And Gamer is actually just going to get
A.
the 1 kill onto Spike.
He
Zinx, though,
Enemy
finds
remaining.
2. Siege finds a 3rd. And
There.
I was going to say that, yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. But like you said, it is very close. It's coming down to
Spike
like
planted.
1v1 situations. But this is just clinical. This is just a really good site take coming out from Ein. Or not from Ein, sorry. A little bit of a slip there. Coming out from Tenfold. Ein's gonna have to do something here, though. Sheriff in hand, all they've got. It looks like they're already starting to retreat. LaRoe, the only one. Oh, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Fine.
No way. There's no way you do
Got
this.
Position. Okay. Zinx finally removes them from the lobby, but ooh, Ein really coming alive there. Finding that disgusting 2K, by the way. That's a double headshot.
Absolutely.
That was a jumping one too. I'm blanking on it. LaRoe was just jumping, peeking over the top of box, and what pixels were the only thing visible.
Like half a second is needed for that flick there, but that was perfect. That was unbelievable, which is of course why we were freaking out so much. Was after that amazing initial pickoff there, and just as LaRoe was sort of jumping behind boxes, that second hit up in heaven was just amazing. But now let's see if they can continue that and manage to get those amazing sort of dinks there. The next coming rounds, it's not amazing.
Oh, Siege a little bit overzealous. Does find the first kill. Gamer, though, is there to get the trade out. Zinx is actually pushing all the way through, and if they are patient here, they might just catch Beast off guard. No. They're in a very good spot. They can completely cut off a rotate here, and it looks like they might be going over for a B hit, which would completely push them into Zinc's position here.
Right. Taking it really slow at this point. Of course, Chamber's going to get the notification that his trip was broken, but I'm curious to see how Zinx is going to play this and if they continue. Oh, never mind.
So
No planning can go into that.
All right, here we go. 3v4. The trio of LaRoe, Spike, and Rio have to do the most in this situation. The defuse gets tapped. Nothing substantial comes out. They're being flashed through. And Spike being flashed. Gamer finds one, but Rio finds two. The defuse is coming out. 1v2. The defuse is found. Spike and Beast, excuse me, are going to be left standing after all that, but that is going to bring it to 4-4. And this is a close game. This is anyone's game so far.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, the spending strategy on defense right now is not necessarily the best, having to come in here with primarily light shields and vandals, but at the very least, they do get their rifles down on the board, and that operator was still recovered and in play, which means that luckily they didn't lose their investment in that. But I would like to see a little bit more done with the operator, because of course, if you're going to invest that amount of credits into such an expensive gun, you're going to, of course, want to get the value out of it. So I'm excited to see if Beast can maybe get a few opening picks, to open up this round, but we'll see.
Oh, we've seen this before, but it's already gone so much better. A Spike ults all the way into the back of A towards CT and finds that opening kill.
Yoru buff, baby.
Heaven really
nice.
They're gonna spot 2 in hell, but Sight is firmly in the hands of Tenfold. Gamer, the only one who's really in a position to do much to retake it. I might try to be a little bit aggressive. That Rolling Thunder comes out, puts them into a rough position. Sai is gonna get cut out.
What? No.
What just happened? Ein, Beast, and Gamer just ran through Sight like a steam train. Siege.
No, you're close. You're close, bud. You're close. No, you're close. Oh.
Oh, if they had a Spectre or a Phantom, that would have been a kill, but a Seraph just not gonna do it. It's just not gonna be enough.
This is such an unbelievably even lobby right now. If you just take a look at kills alone, the distribution is entirely even. Of course, not specifically throughout all the players, but in general, among both teams, the amount of kills are the same. It ends up leading down to 1 or 2 individuals, depending on the side, being alive and not quite able to either plant or defuse the spikes, depending on the situation. But this is such an even display of skill. I'm interested to see how the remainder of this half goes, and to see whether or not they decide to switch it up. in the very beginning, I was thinking that, of course, considering how off-meta these picks were, that they were going to have a certain level of adaptability to them, and they were displaying that in the first couple of rounds, but as of late, as of recently, when they've managed to get down the plant, their post-plant operations have been lackluster, to say the very least, as of right now, and they've kind of been relying on simply playing lane instead of utility, because, of course, if they don't have that breach in, they don't have a lot of post-plant utility to use. So I'm curious to see how they manage to play it.
Oh, the Nightfall out. Followed by the Haunch, but I'm
They're not gonna see him.
completely undisturbed. Gets the kill on the Spike, who tries to teleport back. Rio, though, is going to make the way into sight. They're going to take the Spike, and then they're going to completely into the shadows,
30 seconds
away
left.
over towards A, but I don't know if they're expecting Beast to be there and be
enemy
ready for
remaining.
them.
Spike down
With
A.
the operator. Zinx goes down as well. Sees the only man left standing. Will get the spray down.
I have retrieved the spike.
Beast. And here we go. The Spike is going to get down. Seekers
no.
comes out, puts them into a really tough spot. And unlike their teammate, they're able to get the Spike down, but just like their teammate, they will get mowed down immediately after. And that was really good. They were almost completely overwhelmed with utility over on C, but I'm specifically completely unfazed, completely disregarded
Absolutely.
the Nightfall that was happening all around him, took out the Haunt to limit the amount of information they could get, and then still flicked around to get the kill on Spike, who tried to gate crash into the back of sight. Clinical for Ein, and a really, really good try there for Rio, who was able to get two, then into the shadows over towards A, but unlucky that Beast was just sitting there waiting for something, some trickery to happen.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I'm a little bit interested to know that, like, I'm curious who the IGL is for both teams, considering the fact that in every situation that it's come down to either Gamer or Ein being that last one alive, or at the very least being just completely bombarded and dumped with utility, they seem to have a pretty calm head about them. They take their fights pretty methodically, and they seem to be very careful about the plays that they make, so I'm curious to see if, you know, they seem to have those qualities of an IGL, so I'm curious to see if that is their role in their team.
Sofa and Rogue Pringle are making it out like a Indiana Jones film. They're just constantly running into more CC. They get flashed, they back away, they get flashed again, they back away, they get flashed again, and they back away yet again. And somehow they're still alive. They, despite the spray down and the CC, they made it back on the A site. I think Rogue Pringle was able to get a pretty good opening kill on the Siege, who is their top frag, maybe on the Cypher, but
30
it's still
seconds
a
left.
very big impact player for them.
Absolutely.
Spike picks up that ult orb, gets them very close to their ult, but not quite there yet.
They're taking this rather slow, which is definitely different from the past few approaches in the rounds, but I understand because, of course, they have to be thinking about what is Ein doing in the current situation. Oh my goodness. It is lined up one by one, and Ein managed to just absolutely shred them down that middle B lane. And wow, I was curious as to why maybe they were taking it so slowly. And of course, they didn't have much of an arsenal to their name, but with that and sort of that expectation, you might want to sort of push a site a little bit faster. But now, with lurking in the shadows, that Omen player Ein just managing to, in the past few rounds, come up time and time again and just slingshot themselves to the top frag of the lobby currently. He has to be terrifying.
I'm really glad you took over the play-by-play there, because I don't know if you saw me, but I just had my head in my hands. At some point, the ridiculousness fades away, and you're just dumbfounded on what just happened on screen. The first kill, dirty. The second kill was just as dirty, if not worse, and then the third was unbelievable. But as we get underway, Gamer is, I was gonna say get caught out, but Spike somehow loses that duel. Oh no, Sofa in heaven is gonna try to do the most. One
I'm
is
to the cracks in
spinning.
my fingers. I can't watch.
Beast with the operator finds Zinx. Headhunter finds Rio. It's all collapsing around them. Sofer from heaven is going to find a second. Ein finds the last. And we are finishing the half. 8-4. It was very, very close. It was 4-4 just a few rounds ago, but the second half of this half has been in the way
Switching
of Think
sides.
Again, and it has not been close. Whoa!
Wow.
I think we both need a break.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm trying to like get my thoughts together right now because so of course the Rolling Thunder was popped there and did manage to fully catch out Gamer. I was a little suspect on whether or not it would actually end up catching it because it was on the outer boundary of the ultimate, but at the same time it did manage to stun Gamer, and of course Spike was coming out of, and we were discussing earlier, that newly buffed Yoru ultimate. So of course, that uncloaking takes not more than like half a second, but it was a perfect one tap. That has to feel so bad. That's almost demoralizing, but I'm interested to see how their composition manages to stack up on defense here.
Oh, Beast is gonna get
Pretty good start.
Yeah, that's a great start. Removing Beast from the lobby is always a pleasant thing to see if you are excuse me, trying to play here.
No.
Sofa finds the second kill here on Zinx. And I was gonna mention it before. Oh, they have sight, but Spike is completely back towards their spawn. What's happening?
I don't
Guys!
I don't know.
Guys,
They're
that's not how the game. That's not how the game's played. You can't.
They can feel the kills on the tip of their
What's happening?
and just know what they want right now.
What is happening? What
don't
are they
know.
doing? Sofa pushes through, finds the one, but unfortunately is flashed out. I'm caught in the corner. Spike will find them, and finally, Siege retakes with that Ghost and gets the final kill. Spike finally went down, but is now defused. What's happening? They had
There's so
Spike
many-
for a solid like 15 seconds, and then they realized that they didn't have Spike.
Not only that, of course, they had to go back to get Spike on the defending side. There were so many contacts that were made on C that were just completely disregarded. That they realized that it was like, okay, I have a Ghost, I'm fixtured perfectly on their head. They're not rotating over to boxes yet. They don't even see me yet. There's a contact that is made there, and then they just rotated back around corner. There were so many plays that were made there that
No more charge. This goes here.
I'm so confused trying to look at this as, you know, from an analytical standpoint. Of course, individually, all of these players are amazing, right? They're some of the best players in the world in general. They've managed to reach sort of essentially towards the peak of skill in Valorant, but at the same time, there comes a point where chaos just completely fills a lobby, and I think that's just what happened. There were so many bullets and just so much that was happening there in that pistol round that just there was too much to focus on, so nothing was focused on.
Camera taken out.
Oh,
And here, I think, is where you see the benefits of having the Cypher, a single man hold over towards A.
Spike down
But
A.
Tripwire sprayed down by Siege, and sure the sight is going to come through, but they're immediately at a disadvantage. I say that as Beast wraps around.
Spike planted.
Advantage back into the hands of Tenfold, 4v3. And this is where Cypher shines, where they're able to just have control of sight at the very early stages, and now they're in a prime position for this retake. The stun comes out, the drop down follows suit by Siege. Siege finds two, and Moreau comes through in the final stages of the round, gets the final kill and the defuse. You expected it to go into the way of Tenfold after picking up the pistol, but that was still a very good win for them.
you know, the amount of attempted and successful assassinations from heaven there, just the Assassin's Creed jump onto point, has been it's probably some of the most I've ever seen in a match so far. People jumping out of heaven with absolutely no regard for whether or not there's going to be somebody directly underneath them, or playing around default that's just going to pop around the corner. It's just this certain level of confidence coming from both teams that it's like, yeah, if I jump out and get a pick, at the very least there's going to be a trade there, and my team is going to follow up from behind and hopefully manage to capitalize on that. But the amount of hopping and the amount of jumping from high grounds here has been something unprecedented in a lot of matches that I've casted at the very least.
Yeah, no, they're definitely throwing caution to the wind, and Siege, much unlike the last round, is playing very aggressively with that Sheriff, is going to catch Beast a little bit off guard, but the gun advantage is going to go into the way of Beast, and Ein picks up Spike over on C.
Heal up, squad.
And they don't know it yet, but A
Look out.
is almost completely open. The only player sitting over there is in CT. And unfortunately, I don't think Zinx has the capabilities at the moment with the, Spectre and Light Shields to completely stop a 5-man push. And it looks
Time
like
to hunt.
they're going to make the right call, go into this A position. The dogs are going to come out from the sky. They're not going to find anything. There's no one there. And sight is just theirs for the taking.
Spike planted.
So this retake is going to be rather difficult, if not nigh impossible. But at the very least, you want to make sure that you don't go down without a fight. You want to try and deal as much damage as you can, that even if you don't manage to get a kill, at the very least, you're going to force them to have to buy
Zinx!
shield.
Oh, they did it again. They just jumped again. They did it again.
I'm telling you, man. This isn't Valorant. This is Assassin's Creed.
Zinx pushes through the smoke. I said they didn't have the capabilities to deal with all 5. They could deal with 2, though. And they find 2, which is going to be a nice bit of change in their pocket, padding out that economy just a little bit. But we are going to have the first buy round of the half. And I really think that this is what is going to bring the game to an end. This is going to call the rest of the game. Because now it is 9-6. We've seen that Tenfold have a pretty solid defensive hold here. So it's if the gun the gun advantage and disadvantage has been defining the last couple rounds.
Spike down.
Spike
A.
with that very aggressive operator. Sorry, I couldn't finish my sentence, but that was an insane peak. Gets that opening kill, and they're immediately just going to gate crash back, and that's gonna put Think Again in a rough position, as they're going to have to think again and pull back.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming over here and wanting to clear B absolutely makes sense. They're aware that an operator is still holding down A. Now, they're not sure exactly what angle they're going to be holding, but at the very least they're aware the presence of an operator on A side definitely makes it a little less favorable to try and aggressively push into to take. But Think Again is playing rather slowly, sort of slowly peeking around each and every angle to methodically make sure that there's nobody that's going to catch them off guard. Though doing this is sort of giving time for Tenfold to
30
continue to
seconds
wrap
left.
around, but they're definitely second guessing whether or not they want to leave A, considering right now Gamer with the spike is slowly but surely wrapping back to the A site.
I don't think they have time. There's only 14 seconds left on the clock. They have to go. They don't have time to think. They played
10
so
seconds left.
slow that there is no time to react. And not only that, but it also allows Tenfold to just know exactly what's happening. The Beast finally pushes through the smoke and finds 1, finds 2, brings it back into their advantage. Spike does go down. Spike with the operator finds 1. Road Pringle follows suit going down. Gamer exists for only a second.
One enemy remaining.
The operator just a little bit too slow. 1v1 Beast becoming a namesake, finding 4 to secure the round. That brings up the double digits, and the economy on the other side is in ruins. They're not going to be able to full buy. This should almost certainly bring us to 11-6. And I said that round was going to be clinical. That's going to decide the rest of the game, and that might have just been the last nail in the coffin for Tenfold.
Absolutely. Tenfold's having to come in here with only sheriffs and a few members on their team coming in with light shields. Now, of course, Think Again is going to be able to snowball their economy coming in with essentially full rifles with one Spectre in hand of Rogue, and I wouldn't be particularly surprised if somehow they managed to die here and they picked up an operator coming into next round. But every single
hey, fine. It's been a hot minute since we've expressed how insane Ein is, and apparently he didn't appreciate that and instead just picked up a clean 2K. It wasn't quite a one-tap, as they are using the Phantom, but it's the Phantom equivalent, basically. Double flash comes out, doesn't matter. Beast finds Spike. Bro, that's...
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna try. I can't cast that fast. That's immediately 2 kills following suit.
Every single member right now on Think Again is a playmaker. You don't often see that on many different teams. Of course, not everybody is necessarily fragging out to the same extent, but everybody has had their moment to shine, whether it be exploding through A short and managing to pick up 2 with a right click of jet knives, or whether it just be with really consistent 2Ks coming out from Ein, whether it be amazing sort of like post-plant procedure from Beast, whatever it ends up being, everybody has had their moment to shine. Everybody has had a plan in place, and they are looking quite nice.
One flashed out, Rogue Triangle finds 2, and the Spike is gonna go down. Yeah, it's not a great position to be in. This is a full buy from both teams. Spike does have an operator in hand, so maybe they can make the difference here. Are they going to expect Beast lurking through? Oh, they spot him, but it doesn't matter that you see him. You have to kill him. Zing's just unable to find the kill. Now, having that pressure from Beast is going to make this difficult to work with, but he doesn't check left. Okay, so Rio does bring it back to a 3v2, and it looks like it's probably just going to be a save. It looks like it's just going to be a save. They can't do much in this situation. Might be able to find Rogue Pringle. They do, but I was going to mention it. And once, the kills went down, but it doesn't really matter. Looking at this attack side, all but one of them are fully able to buy a second kit on top of the kit that they bought in the last round. So the economy is there, but it doesn't even matter because now we're at map point.
Right. The damage was done in that last round. There was no time for them. Even if they fully ended up clearing the site by some sort of miracle play, there was no genuine time for them to go get the Spike in the first place, because if anybody decided that they were going to go play down long, that would stall out too much time. Now, like you said, they're coming up in the match point, and they have to make something happen. There needs to be a hero on the side of Tenfold that steps up and manages to get a nice, clean opening frag, but unfortunately, it looks like Think Again is just going to explode quickly on the B side and take it as quickly as possible.
Rio finds 2 with the Spectre, makes it 3 with the Spectre. Picks up the Vandal.
Come on.
There's some significant damage, but not quite enough to get the kill. Sofa stuck in the corner, 5v2. They need this. They need these dominant round wins to get back into this.
Hero play that it needed.
Yes, one left standing. That punt is going to give away the information, even if it's not the location. Flash comes. Oh, they don't get the chance. So here's the flash. Rio picks up 4. And somehow we're still in this. We're still in this.
Well, that was confident, flawless from Tenfold. Like you said, not over. They still have 5 more rounds that they need to win, almost identical to the way that they just won the previous round. But at the same time, that was pretty convincing. That looked pretty good. If they continue to be as volatile as they were in the previous round, and as odd as they played in the previous round as well, just sort of exploding out in the B site the second that there was any contact from Think Again, I think they have a pretty genuine possibility unless Beast takes down the operator and Spike.
Beast finds the first one, and that's a big hit. The operator in the hands of Spike goes down with them. Rogue Pringle on site, mere feet away from Rio, who's sitting up in logs. The flash is going to come out. It's going to give a little bit of information. They'll check it. They'll find him. Brings it to a 5v3, and it's looking more and more hopeless. Every shot that finds a kill just digs the grave another foot deeper. Got 2 feet down now, and the grave is slowly sinking.
Water's getting
Good
quite
view.
rocky, and those waters are 3 of them stuck in long right now. So of course that ult's not gonna hit anything. Planted over in default. It's just the perfect post plant setup for them.
The Prowler doesn't find anyone.
One enemy
No.
Just sits in the corner, and it all comes crumbling down. That's so unfortunate. They didn't think to check garage because the Prowler, despite being inches away, doesn't see them. It's a little bit of a shame, but at the end of the day, it was still a very, very strong win from Think Again. Tenfold, again, much like the last team, put up a great performance, but just wasn't enough.
Right.
What a game. What a game.
Absolutely. You know, I was excited to see all those off-meta picks and whatnot, and unfortunately they weren't able to pull it out, but at the same time, Tenfold definitely, they tried. They made it very entertaining with some of those rounds and sort of like clenching at the end of your seat as well, just trying to figure out and decide who might end up sort of managing to pull out that round, the defuse, whatever it ended up being. They made it entertaining at the very least, and it was a decent showing.
Yeah, absolutely. Off meta picks might not be meta because they're not the best, but they definitely do spice up the tournament just a little bit. But before we get into our next game, much like last time, we are going to take a short break. But before we go to that short break, again, check out Solo Arenas on the IGL website. Sign up. It's a great event to participate in. You can win some cool prizes, and the first 100 people get in for free for the first month. There's no cost. Just go do it. It's a good time. And as well, this upcoming weekend, we have the Neon Black series, coming up. $275 on the line. Some amazing teams performing. But that being said, we're going to take a quick break because upcoming, we have even better teams to watch as we are getting into the later stages of this tournament. That 30-plus team event is now slowly whittling down to the best of the best. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Soren. Joined with me again is Raid, and we are getting into the final stages of the Weekday Warriors event here on IGL. And we've got a pretty good game for you. We have Bonkers, sorry if I butchered that, versus Notorious. And it's looking like a good game. Thoughts, Josh? Because it's a little bit imbalanced in rank, but we're at
Yeah.
the point now where the teams are all pretty good because you've gotten this far.
Absolutely. They've had to fight their way up the ladder thus far, so I'm interested to see because they're consisting of primarily Ascendants and Diamonds with a Platinum on their team as well, while Notorious is almost entirely immortal, if not entirely immortal.
Yeah.
So I'm just interested to see what strats they might have, or if they're maybe just not, ranked warriors or ladder warriors, and maybe they're just good when it comes to team play and it's sort of like tournament bracket. But I'm interested to see some Icebox. I don't think I've casted Icebox in a while because oftentimes it's not a map that is really selected. I also don't see it very often in ranked, even though it is my favorite map. So I'm excited. I'm excited because, of course, once again, as all the other maps that we've been playing, and like you said in general, with the introduction of Chamber and just the sort of concurrent introductions of different characters' abilities and map reworks from there on out, there have been a lot of different compositions that have been viable as of late, and Icebox is one of those ones that oftentimes you see some whack plays come out. Like, there have been plenty of games where we've seen, like, double duelists with a Reyna work out decently well before. Of course, you have your Viper and Chamber that have a tendency to be a little bit more of a staple of the map, but at the same time, you can get away with running whatever you really want to so long as you have it locked in and you know what you're doing. So I'm excited to see how this ends up playing out, especially with that rank differential, to see if this ends up being either a really good close game or maybe a slaughter. But we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. We did, mention, and I think our first game, there was a pretty big rank differential, and it went exactly the way we thought. And it was actually
Right.
a very dominant performance. So,
Mm-hmm.
but that was also first stage. We
Mhm.
had not gotten this far into the tournament. So these guys have already proven themselves. So
Right.
also really interested. But the agent selection is what I want to talk about because you
Mhm.
were absolutely right.
Mhm.
I actually don't think that the agent pool is as open on
Fair.
Icebox as it is on the previous two. Icebox has the weirdest selection of
Oh
agents.
yeah.
Because
Oh
I think
yeah.
right now, the most meta composition, I know, especially in like VCT, the number one the number one agent composition is currently triple sentinels
Right.
with a
Yes.
Viper and a
Yes.
Fade, no duelist whatsoever. And this is like right after we saw the meta where like double smokes was really strong, double initiators is just kind of a staple throughout the entirety of the game right now, and double duels with that Reyna. So we definitely see the weirdest compositions on this map, but
Right.
we definitely now have the weirdest composition of the history of this map in place. I'm really excited to see
Absolutely.
if that comes out because Chamber, really strong. Sage is also kind of a must pick on this map for me. The having that Sage wall on B site is a make or break. I
Right.
really see teams struggle to even attempt to attack and put the spike down on B site without that Sage wall.
Right.
So if you don't pick up Sage, I think you're very limited on the attack. But then again, you also have like KJ, which is really, really strong right now, which people
Right.
love to play on this map. So
Right.
having that triple sentinel, very, very good. Excited to see it. And man, it's gonna be interesting. I know you said it's your favorite map, but fun fact about me, my top 3 maps currently sit at Haven, Ascent, and Icebox. So I'm loving
Perfect.
it.
There you
I'm
go.
loving it. This is the
Exactly.
perfect day
Perfect.
for me.
Perfect.
But
Yeah.
it looks like we are going to be getting into Agent Select here in a second. But before we get there, I said it twice in the last game, but Solo Arenas, it's on the IGL website, rises at the end of every month. If you're one of the first 100 to sign up, you get the first month free. So go check it out. If you want more information, you can find it on our Discord, and you can also find it on our social medias. Go check it out. It's a great time. It's like a private matchmaking service.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Go check it out. And as well, the Neon Black series. It's coming up this weekend. We've had it over the past month. It's been a great time. We've had some really, really cool winners, some really, really good tournaments, and I'm sure tomorrow and Saturday is going to be just as amazing and just as action-packed. But
Absolutely.
we're here for Weekday Warriors, and we're getting
Ooh.
right into the agent selection. I think this is going to be the most interesting one we've had so far. We see the Sage and the Viper come out. It actually looks
Pretty
like a more standard comp over on the side of the attackers.
Ooh, no duelist. I'd love to see no duelist.
Oh, no duelist is always fun. And we actually have double initiators here. Oh, there we go. We have it's that's actually really
All
strange.
right.
That's not a triple sentinel with that's actually
No.
a double initiator, double
Yeah.
sentinel, one controller. So still no duelists.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also argue that KO can kind of act as a pseudo duelist, and Fade has enough information to kind of work around missing out on some of that entry like Jet and Raze.
Absolutely. And of course, more specifically on the side of defense, but Chamber acts much more in terms of his playstyle as a little bit more of a duelist, because if you're locking Chamber and you don't get those frags that you need in order to sway the round, you're really not fulfilling the role of Chamber, because the entirety of his kit, especially considering how they nerf the trips, is now almost entirely on how well you can hold down a site by fragging out. So it's definitely a sort of like proto duelist. But yeah, what we were talking about before, the like champion select in general, you know, all other maps have, whenever it comes to variety or just variation of composition, it oftentimes has to be the variation of initiator or duelist. Very little is it the variation of sentinel. Oftentimes they will only do like one sentinel, and on generally on most maps you have one or two sentinels that are just the best. Like you were saying, here on Icebox, anything can work, and I am so excited to see the double initiator and double sentinel, to see how they, of course on defense it's going to make sense if they come out much stronger, considering that because they don't have a duelist, it should be a little bit easier for them to lock down that site with the util usage that they have in their kit, considering, of course, they have that chamber, and then they have that sage wall, they have, the Fade utility. They can get plenty of information, and then they just have, in general, that KO for the necessity of retake. On attack, I'm excited how they play around the Sage, the Chamber, and the Fade and whatnot, because that definitely seems like a much more defensive comp. But like you said before, basically have like two proto-duelists, so I'm excited to see how this match in general goes.
Yeah, especially as Chamber is known as that agent that's able to get those opening frags oh so often. Unfortunately, not able to find anything here, and despite all 10 being up, the spike will go down. So that will be one kill in the way of the Poyo. Finding their fellow Chamber and Winter, and Kamsky just pushing forward, finding I Love Tiff, finding Sayo, and here we go. The defuse comes out, and they all pull back from sight. And they just allow it to be defused so easily in the back. That's a bit of a shame.
That is rather unfortunate. Oh man, I'm not even gonna lie. I was too busy trying to like look down and over at the map to figure out where everybody was playing and what some of the different flanks were doing and how exactly they were trying to play for post plant. But it seemed like they weren't really playing for post plant. It seemed as though they mostly ended up just getting that plant money down, and that was that. They got right out of dodge.
I'm definitely seeing this A side favored, which is a pretty normal thing to see on Icebox. And Kamsky already with 3 kills to their name, playing very, very aggressively, pushing all the way up to Pipes, getting a kill. Winter getting the revenge kill on a Poyo from last round.
Oh,
And
man.
the 4 attackers have nowhere to go. Kamsky finds the 4th.
No.
And it's a pretty dominant win, but at the same time, kind of hope so. This is the double sentinel.
Yeah.
Double sentinel with the Viper. So this is a very defensive team. I think they're going to have a very strong defensive half here. I think it's really going to have to come down to I Love Tiff and Soar to really, really control the site and be able to take as much space as possible before those Sentinels can have the impact that they want.
Absolutely.
But if they can't, I think this could very much be a very, very strong positive half for Notorious. I'm not going to say winning half because I'm
No,
not
positive half, absolutely.
Yeah, positive.
And once again, like we were saying before, it's kind of an expectation that they're going to do pretty well on defense here, considering that is what their comp heavily favors is just defense in general. But at the same time, it's completely possible that they don't do super well here in defense because their retake isn't going to be particularly amazing. Because they don't have a duelist that can just sort of clear and make space like you might want coming into a retake. Luckily, they still have their KO up and running.
Tonka tries to flank around and get the kill, won't find anything. That flash is going to put Insor in a bad position, get them killed, but Apoyo does find one. Seo finds another, and Apoyo finishes off the round with a 3K, and that's exactly what we expected. That is going to be them picking up their bonus round. But here we go, meat and potato rounds, because this is going to be the first full buy round of the game. And this is where we're going to see how the game's going to go, or at least this first half is going to go, because once you get to these rifles, it really shapes out, you know, who is the most mechanically gifted in the lobby, who's the most mechanically talented in the lobby, and at times, sometimes only one or two really good fraggers can win you the game. And while they don't have a duelist, if Kamsky can continue putting up the numbers they have, it might not matter that they
no, absolutely. I think when you come into rifle rounds as well, not even just when it comes to mechanical prowess, but in general as well, that is also, I feel like, when team play comes out, because you no longer have to worry about your arsenal, right?
Big Tonka finds Big Tonka. Peter finds one themselves. Bring it to a 3v1. Apoyo has to do everything here. They're gonna have full health and shields up. They also have the Tour de Force. Might be a little bit risky, but sometimes big risks bring big rewards.
I think the difficulty is the fact that they know that the KO is up, and because of that, I feel like it's an
Extra level. A little bit unfortunate there, but Winter is able to trade out their teammate, and I absolutely agree. I think if they popped it and they get suppressed, it would have been a waste of an ult, but they were able to get Kamsky.
Right.
But if Winter wasn't there to get that trade out, I definitely think the Tour de Force definitely could have brought that round back to them.
Absolutely, I 100% agree. And of course, they definitely still made it hurt for Notorious right now, because their economy is not necessarily amazing coming into this round. Mind you, if they win this, they're going to be in a perfectly fine position when it comes to their credits. But it did force, Fade to buy only light shields on top of their util and a Phantom. But we'll see how this ends up playing out, because I would imagine that Notorious would be rather confident coming into this round, because they know that they have a full buy, yet
Insor and Winter just walked past each other.
Right
the
past
rifle.
each other.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, Winter thinks he hears something, and he does a quick double take. I don't know if anyone else saw that, but will spot the jet and go get the kill. Winter then rendezvousing back, finding Apoyo, and they might be able to do something here. Yep, they will with that Marshall find the one tap onto Winter. The wall will go down, the spike will follow suit. Come out as well, but it won't find anyone, so they know that that section is clear. And there we go, Viper's Pit is going to be invested as well. This is going to be a rather difficult retake. That hump goes all the way into the back. Fine!
Oh my goodness.
Young Gum goes down. Sayer, the last one standing with the Marshall. Took a hot second to get the aim right, still misses. And the spike's gonna be defused. Oh my. That's a little tragic. That's a little tragic right there.
That is rather unfortunate. You know, They didn't have a full buy. They had no real rifles in their arsenal. Youngum did manage to pick up a Vandal, but that was at the back of another pick and a frag in the middle of that round. So it wasn't anything that they had bought there, so they didn't really invest much of anything, except for the Viper ult and the Tour de Force. That has to hurt a little bit. Chamber's entire kit is essentially based around the idea that you're going to be getting the Tour de Force as quickly as you possibly can. So generally, you use that in situations where you want to try and level the playing field. Now, unfortunately, Apoyo had gone down to Winter rather early on in the round after popping the Tour de Force, so not having that opportunity of being able to pop out an operator when you want to definitely hurts a little bit, but it's not terrible. They're only on round 6 coming in here. It's 4-1. Notorious, of course, still has the advantage, but, you know, if Bonkers sort of changes up their strategy maybe ever so slightly, I wouldn't be too particularly surprised if they managed to get a pick off, just like Insor just did.
There we go, and that's gonna open up B site wide open. They're gonna go through tube. They're gonna find Kitchen. Bill so finds one. Tries to get the sneaky snake bite onto the plant spot, but will hit the wall. Apoyo is going to push forward and find one.
Winter.
The quarter force. The Winter finds Apoyo though, but Insor is doing a lot here for their team. Very, very interesting wall. Usually it's kind of on the outside,
Right.
of the wall, but it's on the inside towards the map. Tonka, the last one standing. Oh, gives away their information a little bit. Unfortunately, a section of the wall does go down, so they might be able to use that, but it doesn't matter. Insor getting a 3K for the rounds. Hasn't really been doing amazingly so far, but having a 3K in the round, that's a good start.
Absolutely, and you know, sometimes it takes players a little bit of extra time to warm up when they're coming into a new map, especially ones as cold as Icebox. But hopefully, oh, I'm such a bad boy. But anywho, hopefully we'll see a little bit more aggression coming out from Insor. Apoyo's definitely been doing their job, considering, you know, Chamber on this map isn't necessarily the best when it comes to offense, but he's definitely been doing his job and keeping himself at the top of this leaderboard here. And hopefully Insor will catch up quickly, because that is absolutely what Bonkers needs in order to kind of make sure that they have cemented themselves in this half. Even if they end up going negative in rounds, at the very least they want to set themselves up in a better position. Tonka T.
Trails all over the place. Both nightfalls get used at the same time. Might have been hard to tell because they were overlapping to the point of almost being the same animation. I was gonna say a little bit risky there from the Fade on the defensive side, Peter, because their opponent very early didn't catch the Chamber in the middle, leaving that pretty well open. Spike is down. Young Gum. Oh, has the lineups. Will get the kill on Peter.
Poison's off.
Has a Vandal. Might be able to do some damage here. Oh no. It's a risky position. They're just gonna keep tapping.
Oh no.
They might just have enough. Oh, put some damage down, but no, they won't get it. Young Gum is barely surviving.
Salvation? Oh, isn't gonna happen.
Will finally get taken. Sorry, a little bit of chatting in the game. All in good fun, at least. But yeah, no, a little bit tragic. A really good try for Young Gum, and a pretty good setup. I mentioned it, but Peter's haunt in mid at the very beginning did not catch the Chamber, and they just left it. The mid was wide open. Apoyo just had free reign of mid. Really could have gotten to a good position. Unfortunately, did get taken out as soon as they got on the site, so didn't quite matter. But very, very risky maneuvering here from the defense and Billions.
Oh no! Come on!
Oh no! Only finds one, but that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. To stall out the attack quite a bit. Both Prowlers are going to be invested as well as that red survive, excuse me, and they're actually going to drop that wall as well, which is very interesting because I mentioned before, if you don't have that wall, B site becomes so much more difficult to get the spike down.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like they still want to do it. This is going to be a very interesting take if they stick with B.
And the fact that they shot the haunt out, the fact that the knife fully went through, they're aware of a pretty mass presence over towards B.
Oh, well, that's a little bit
Not aware enough, apparently.
Yeah. A little bit unneeded
30
of a
seconds
peek, in my opinion. The spike is not going to go down. That is
Spike
going to be a
down, B.
pretty nice peek out from Tonka. Is going to delay, but now Kamsky, the last one standing, finds the kill on Ensor. A nice flick to Poya with the operator finds Kamsky. And bringing it back, 3-5. They have a little bit of foothold now as well.
Absolutely.
They're in a pretty good financial position, seeing as the defense don't have much to work with.
Yeah, no, they really don't have a lot coming online for them. They have Viper's Pit and whatnot. What I would be curious if they're going to use it this round, because it could definitely either, of course, lure Bonkers into taking some much closer fights here on A, or it can just deter them to moving over towards B. But I'm curious if they even want to invest here, which it looks like they might not.
Oh no!
Much more even than I thought it was going to be.
It's a little bit of a massacre, but Ensor finds 3.
Oh.
Young swings around, gets the final kill, and it looks like it was just a mad push through A site, and the attack had the same idea, so it was just a 10-man brawl in the middle of A. Woo.
Absolutely. You know, of course, considering the fact that Notorious doesn't have a duelist, we're seeing Winter really have to step up to the plate here, especially considering its defense. And they've been doing pretty well in some of the earlier rounds, but, you know, Bonkers has really been taking and shifting the momentum in their own favor as they've won the last 2 rounds. And it looks like they're postured pretty well, but this one to pick up and soar.
Oh, almost very easily could have gotten a play. I think it hit the wall.
Yeah.
Will find Young
Winter.
Gum though. He said he's been doing well, but you know, Bonkers have been doing well themselves, but Winter must have heard you and is now coming online. And that's actually a little bit of a glass cannon. He only has 150 left in the back pocket, so he needed to make this count, and he really is bringing himself the first one in the lobby to get the double digits and kills. And it's completely redirecting this attack towards mid.
Gets that tour de force online as well, and they're gonna have their util available to them. In a decent spot. Oh, re-peeking this is risky. I don't know if they know a boy who has an operator, actually.
They
30 seconds
They
left.
must have heard him earlier. He did fire a few shots.
True.
So I'd expect they're aware. I'd hope they're aware, because this could be not amazing if they don't.
Right.
Treat it as if I Love Tiff has taken the space in kitchen, but there's only 10 seconds left on the clock.
left.
It looks like they're just gonna save in this tube kitchen area, because right now they're kind of pincered in. It's gonna be a flawless. They have nowhere to go. Anywhere they look, they're going to find the barrel of a gun.
Right.
Peter, gonna take this pick. Not quite. He's gonna get picked themselves.
Unfortunate.
Finds the kill. Not quite a flawless, but yeah, it's a pretty good.
Anyone
And
feeling this
again,
victory
they're in a
live?
pretty
Thank
good
you.
spot. They were able to get the full buyback out. They're still not amazing, but next round they should be in a pretty healthy spot financially. And if they can win this, that puts them in the economic advantage.
Oh, right. Notorious wants to. I'm not
Let's go.
necessarily going to say needs to, because, of course, I'm sure they have some sort of strategy in order to sort of equalize the fact that they don't have a duelist. So close.
Oh, Winter.
But they're going to want to win as many rounds in these defenses as they can, because they're definitely going to be a little bit weaker on offense.
Oh, very unlucky there.
Oh.
Misses the third shot, finds the first two. Oh, runs into Ensor. That's so unfortunate. And here we go. The pincher's going to come through. B-site, though, is practically open. The entirety of the defense is going to come through mid. Ensor finally goes down to Billions. It's going to be a 2v2. No stage to be found. There's not going to be a sage wall. They're just going to have to deal with what they have. The fragmentation is going to come out. No command comes out.
Not time.
And the nightfall as well. I don't think there's any prowlers to get as much information as they would like.
Last player
Polo
standing.
only has the operator. Billions finds the kill on Love Tip. Oh, he misses the shot. That gives away the information and can't see. Swings around the corner, gets the kill, picks up the op, and the spike is defused.
Right. Okay, no, that's great for Notorious. Like I was saying before, they're going to want to win as many rounds as they possibly can. That was maybe a little bit too close for comfort,
Last
of course.
round before
But at
the
the same
switch.
time, they're still perfectly fine. Coming up here at the last round of the half, if they win this, they're in a great spot. They have plenty of padding to sort of, you know, catch their stride on attack. If they're not super confident coming into it in the first couple of rounds, it looks like they're doing pretty well right now. But all things considered, when we were looking at the rank differential right now, I would not say that this was like a plat diamond team going up against all immortals. My goodness, Bonkers is playing pretty well.
Ooh, Apoyo pulls out the tour de force, but is going to get silenced by that knife. Winter takes the shot, doesn't find it with their own tour de force, and seeing that they're actually going to retreat, and we're seeing this pretty commonly every time they try to take this A site and they run into that wall of
That's
defense, they pull back and go towards this mid space, and getting that opening pick there is a very good start. Oh no, Ensor doesn't see him. Ensor doesn't notice them. They're gonna swing around and get it. There you go. Peter finds Ensor, but Apoyo finds the trade on Tonka. 1 for 1. Nightfall comes out right after the Viper's pick goes down.
Huge.
Ooh, the stall comes out. Spike does not go down. It's a 3v3. Oh my, it's anyone's round. This could be anything. The Prowler comes out. It's going to spot the Viper. Viper has to go down. Spike does go down though. Zayo taps it. They're expecting them there, but it's going to be a wraparound. Peter's going for the side. Will be caught off. Sail gets caught by Kamsky. Yum Gum is doing the most to keep their team in this. No one's tapping Spike.
No.
Kill on the legs of Kamsky. Equal health. The Viper's pit is still up. Will get spotted. Only 60 health remaining. They can play time, like you said. Winter gets the final kill, but it's going to be close. Do they have the time? Barely they have the time. And they pick up the final round of the half. 8-4.
Switching sides.
Whoa.
Oh man. If they had just decided to play time a little bit longer and stall out just a few more seconds, just one more second, they would have been able to pick up that last round. But unfortunately, for Bonkers, man.
It's just not enough. It's just not enough.
Not enough. The damage was done there, and I think they realized that, you know, of course, Young Gun was a little bit low there, and they were definitely scared of the Chamber's Headhunter. They knew that that could have been a one-tap on them. And, of course, Winter's terrifying. 15-7 right now. They are doing unbelievably well for themselves, so I can imagine that it's not something that they wanted to reaggress into, but I think that was the only play they could have made, because reaggressing back into Winter is not a fight you want to take.
No, and I was going to say that now, in theory, this is the weaker half for them, as their comp is not built for the attacking half. But that being said, you know, the other team doesn't have the best defensive comp
Spike down,
either,
attacker
so
spawn.
this is kind of the offside for both teams, so it's really anyone's game. though. That is going to be 2 kills into way of defense. Make that 3, excuse me, as Young Gum gets the dirty kill with the shorty. Sayo mows down Kamsky with the spike all the way up in spawn, and Apoyo finds their 3rd for the round, and very, very strong. You kind
Absolutely.
of you would expect they would have hoped for at least a little bit more damage to come out from that side.
Oh, most definitely. Especially considering the fact that, you know, now Bonkers are able to come into and buy a Bulldog. They're going to have 2 Spectres on the board, a Marshall, and I would imagine that Sayo is going to be saving for next round to see if maybe they can end up buying a rifle. Nope, never mind. They're going to buy a Spectre as well. So coming in here with as best a buy as you can really imagine, it's going to be really, really difficult for Notorious to really make anything happen because they can't take space quickly. There's no fast aggression from them. They're all info and sort of locking down flank. So I'm curious to see what plan they make here. Is it slow?
Yeah, it is very slow. Billions is peeking a little bit into mid, and it looks like they might be looking for this mid peak. They're going to have to multi-swing it to do anything with it. So Apoyo does miss their shot. It could have been very, very scrappy, but Young Gum does survive. Or excuse me, that was Billions does survive. And the fallback is very, very strong as they all went to B site expecting that mid to B, but the rotate happened and they just swung back around to A. Spike is down. And it actually looks like they're gonna be playing for post plan. No one's on site except for Winter, who's in very, very advanced underneath Raptors. Finds one, but will get taken out by Young Gum. Like is in an interesting spot. I love tips. Swings around with the Bulldog. Finds one. Apoyo finds the other. Anka is still in the back. They weren't expecting him. Finds the kill with the right click. So it's already half defused. They only have scraps of health. They only have a classic. And Young Gum finds the final kill, and it's very costly. It's very costly, but it brings us to 8-6.
Absolutely, and to be completely fair, Notorious got that plant money down. They did what they wanted to. They made it hurt for that retake. They got plant money. They got a few kills in. They did what they really needed there because there was no expectation for them to win that. They actually, I think, got a little bit more damage done and just more done in the round in general than I even expected them to at all. So props for them to even be able to get on site. Of course, that was kind of at the back of a rather strange rotate of like a full commit to B on defense.
A little bit of sadness in the air, as in the chat you can see that Young Gum actually fired off 2 snake bites and they bounced back and hit them instead of the spike. So unfortunately not the plan for the last round, which explains a lot in my opinion. But the attack comes through. Winter finds one. Young Gum though gets the trade out 2 for 2 overall. Spike is down. The wall is completely blocking off the back of site. No one is up on rafters. They're just gonna have to push through. Sayo looking to pinch her through. Oh no, the counter wall comes out, completely separates Billions. So Billions finds 2 anyways and secures the round. That's exactly what we expect though. That is them gonna be picking up the bonus. 9-6, and this is almost the exact spot we were in the last map. It was 9-6. And we're now in the full buy rounds. Both teams are going to have full Vandals, full heavy shields. So this might be it. This could be the deciding round that sets the pace for the rest of the game. We've already seen that, Notorious a little bit slow on this attacking half. They don't have the entry that we would like, or at least the pace on the entry that we would like to see. It makes them very readable. So they're going to have to bring something out here, pull something out of their back pocket to really shake up this map, to bring this back into a more dominant.
You want to play? Let's play.
No, absolutely. Popping that tour de force, I'm excited to see where that ends up going. Managing to pop that old orb as well is what gave him that tour de force. Still moving rather slowly, but it makes sense. As, like you said, they can't really devise a plan that allows them to go quickly, because that's not in their arsenal, but taking down Winter with the tour de force. Oh no!
The haunt comes out, doesn't really find anyone, but Billions coming alive, finding 2. But immediately getting taken out after dropping the Viper Spit. But Tonka finds 2, but it doesn't.
Spike down A.
1v1. Young Gum versus Kamsky, and Kamsky pulls it back. I said that could be the deciding round, but that was far closer than I would have anticipated.
That was a
I don't think.
close.
That's very close. I don't think either team will be coming out of that particularly feeling good about it. Even the team that won lost a lot, and defense is now,
of course,
scraping together pennies to get weapons. So it's not great. Not great.
Definitely not great. It does, unfortunately, for anybody who's going to be, sort of voting for Bonkers here, that does place Notorious in a much, much better position than their counterpart here. But at the same time, like you said, that was much, much closer than I would have expected whatsoever. So, not a bad showing from either team there. It's just rather unfortunate that Notorious had already won the previous round. So their econ game is fine.
Oh, yo. With the tour de force.
Every time.
Teleport's ready.
So that is just going to draw out the res. So that is going to be 5 again. Seo completely walks past Winter, who's taking space up in tube, turns back around, and might just be caught out for it. Oh, it's all about timing. Winter doesn't see them. Oh, Winter absolutely does see them. Never mind. Winter gets the kill on Seo. Poyo finds a second for the round.
Wait a minute.
Tries to take the aggressive peek. Has to rendezvous away. Spike goes down in the meantime. Younggun with a classic finds 1. Poyo
That one is
a
Winter.
thorn in the side. Go to force out. I love Tiff finds the kill with Sheriff Hamsky. Might just catch a Poyo out.
That's all he needs.
1 kill. All he needs. That's all he needs. He's gonna get.
Standing.
Oh my! That is going to be a nice kill from I Love Tiff. It's gonna be 1v1. We've had so many of these so far, and I think they recognize that they don't have the time. Peter's just gonna run away. They have the money in the bank to work with, but why waste it? And I Love Tiff. Hey, I was gonna say they're gonna save the rifle, but they get taken out as well. So it's gonna hurt, but they're gonna be able to pick up a goal by here. And technically, Notorious is not in the greatest financial position. They did lose a lot of members, so they're a little bit on the low side, but they're still pretty fine.
Absolutely. It is looking a little rough for Bonkers right now.
Yeah,
because, Notorious has managed to pick up the last 3 in a row, which managed that, which means that they managed to also pick up all the rifle rounds and the full buy. So, if we're going to be looking at the rest of this match in a little more of like a historical manner here, Notorious has just done a lot better with picking up rifle rounds.
Winter finds one, Seo finds traded, but Peter finds Seo in response. It's a 2-for-1. It looks like the sight take is gonna come out. Nightfall's gonna follow. Fragmentation pushing Apoyo off his preferred spot, and Kamsky with a spray down's gonna find them as well. Wall goes down. This is going to make it a difficult retake for this defense.
Where are you?
Haunt's gonna come up over the top. Almost certainly gonna be destroyed. Won't find anything. Young Gum, though, finds the kill over the wall on the Kamsky. Young Gum pushing through, but Tonka finds 2, bringing us to map point.
Match point.
Looking a little rough. They don't have the strongest. They don't have a lot of creds. They don't have the strongest econ. I can imagine they don't necessarily have the greatest mental right now. And what I said in the previous game, but somebody's going to need to pull out a hero play here to be able to make this work. And I'm guessing that hopefully Insor popping those jet knives should maybe create an opening for the rest of Bonkers to be able to make something happen here, because Notorious is just sitting ready on their throne of rounds in the current match. 4 consecutive wins under their belt. They're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I said that first rifle round may be the thing that sets the pace for the rest of the map. I didn't expect Notorious to win every round after that, to be completely honest. But here we are. It is map point, and the buy is very, very scattered for Bonkers. Nightfall is going to come out and spot a few people. The wall is going to go down, but it's going to be segmented and a little bit fractured.
One enemy
Defuse is
remaining.
gonna come out. They're all muted. They can't hear it happening, and the defuse will come out. They will pick up the 7th. And I don't want to cast this curse. But this is the exact same thing that happened at the last. This like almost to the rounds. The exact same thing. They pick up the first 2.
It is.
And then followed by 4, and then
rounds.
it's a little disheartening. A little disheartening, but you never know. Maybe this could be the team that brings this around. It's looking dire, but we've seen Fraser in the Valor. We've seen the 9-3 curse happen. Who says you can't bring it back 7-12? Ooh, winter spot. Winter spots. I saw the arm there. Young Gum. Finding that opening kill is going to be huge. That's a great start. And they're actually playing really aggressive. They're just pushing all the way through A. They might just run into it. When Young Gum finds 2. 4-2.
One enemy remaining.
4-1. And the last one standing. Billions will find 1, but it's on vain. And that's pretty good. Pretty good. Already breaking the curse of last match. 8-12.
That is exactly what Bonkers needs. If we just take a quick, little peek, or just remember all the kills that have been going on with the leaderboard and whatnot. Winter and Tonka T at the top with 22 and 14 respectively. And then down in Bonkers, Apoyo and Young Gum for 21 and 18. They've been picking up some solid frags in this half. Now, of course, that sort of 4 consecutive round win wasn't necessarily amazing for Bonkers. But at the same time, is perfectly
there we go.
Every single round, opening it up with a pick. The man of the hour.
Polio really coming alive here. Oh, will the spray down happen? He will get the kill on Billions. Polio finds a kill with the operator. Kamsky, though, with the sheriff, will find 1. The wall goes down. We've seen it so many times before. The spray down happens. Oh, Kamsky catches Polio while they try to scope in with the operator. I was gonna say 2-2. No, 3-2. No, Tonka.
No way.
Turning the tides. Young Gum finds 1. But despite the thrifty round buy-in, they get the map point win. They get the map and they go on. Oh, Notorious.
There's
What
no
did we just watch?
way. Bonkers seemed like they had that perfectly in the bag, that there was absolutely no way Notorious was coming back from that. They were holding, a couple sheriffs in their hand. That was really all they had in their arsenal at the time. But somehow, by the grace of amazing aim, Notorious managed to just pull that back. A couple of dinks and 1-taps, and history was written. That was it.
Oh, yeah. It was amazing game. Big Tonka T coming up massive in that last round, despite the thrifty. Getting the 2K, getting the res. I mean, you can't ask for much more of an amazing game.
Absolutely.
But again, we're almost through it, guys. We're almost through. We're almost through to the finals. Not quite there yet, but we are coming down to, I believe, the last 2 rounds. So it is all coming to a conclusion here soon for this IGL Weekday Warriors. Just as a reminder, Solos Arenas, go check it out on the website. I've been preaching about it for the last few maps. Go check it out. It's a good time. You can win some cool prizes. First 100 people get in the first month for free. Go check it out. Information on Discord and on the website. I'm becoming a pro at this. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the final 2 rounds. You don't want to miss it. It's only going to get better from here, guys. This is it. We are coming to the end. It is the semifinals of the weekday Warriors event here at IGL. And we have some amazing teams. We've talked about in the past, some of the games we've kind of called because the rank differential was a little bit, unbalanced. Some Diamonds, Ascendants versus, Immortals, but not anymore. We're at the cream of the crop here, ladies and gentlemen. Top 4, and we have a banger for you. Notorious, the team you just saw, versus Crown the Kings, the first team we saw here on cast
Man.
today. And it is looking to be good. We have some amazing players here. We're looking at the ranks. Everyone is in that immortal category. We have someone in the lobby right now who is pushing Radiant right now. So you can't really get much better than just straight up a Radiant lobby. So we have an amazing game. Of course, if you're just now joining us, my name is Soren. Casting with me, as always, is Raid. Thoughts here? We've seen both of these teams. There's no more guessing anymore. We've seen them.
No. Now is when we come into like full analytical mode, because we've seen at the very least one map from each of these teams, right? They've made in the top 4. We know that they're both amazing. Not just because they made it into the top 4 and they had to beat out many other of some great teams that were here within this league currently, but man, we've casted for both of these teams just earlier today, and Notorious literally like 10 minutes ago.
We also cast it for Crown the Kings on Ascent, which is the map we're playing on right now. So we know exactly what to expect from them, and they had a really dominant showing too.
Oh, absolutely. I'm excited to see if Toasty brings out what they did to the table before, because that was something insane. Of course, the entirety of the team of Crown the Kings was amazing, but Toasty just had that it factor that they were constantly able to turn the tides of a fight by either opening up with the pick or mid-fight, mid-round, being able to just absolutely dominate and get 2 or 3 kills just right off of any amount of contact. So I'm curious to see if they bring that same sort of ability to this game as well, or if Notorious, with how well they managed to play last round, and we saw how well they managed to pick up all of those different pistol rounds, whether it was an econ or a bonus, they seem to do pretty well, especially with that sort of double sentinel, double initiator pickup.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what they run in Ascent and if they can manage to shut down the powerhouse that was Crown the Kings that we saw before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're both expecting, that little bit of a chamber or jet duel, depending on what they play. Of Toasty and Winter, the two like top fraggers of the team. But I really think it's going to come down to that supporting cast. The players that are constantly fragging out, making a difference. I'm looking at Duper and Gavin on the side of Crown the Kings, and Billions and Kamsky and Tonka, especially Tonka at the very end there. More Notorious. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. But before we get into the Agent Select, reminder, the Neon Black series, this weekend. Go check it out. $275 up the grabs. It's going to be a great tournament. So go check it out on Saturday. But getting into the Agent, we already have a whole team selected here.
Absolutely.
While the others is still questioning a little bit.
Yep, it seems like a pretty standard setup as of right now. You have a controller, a sentinel, 2 initiators, and a duelist.
Tonka on the jet.
Tonka on the jet.
Tonka
big
on the
Tonka
jet.
T on jet. Yeah. Of course, we have Winter making their way over to the chamber again, which makes sense. But yeah, I mean, of course, they were playing Sage before, and they didn't have a duelist in their comp, and we saw that even though they were playing Sage, who isn't necessarily somebody who really makes just via her kit too much of a particular impact, other than maybe a few cool off angles here and there, and then shutting down any aggression.
Agent.
They had some nice aim. And with the dash, smokes, and updraft and whatnot, especially with those knives being able to come online here, I'm excited to see what Tonka can make with Jet. Seeing if they can actually manage to go toe-to-toe with Toasty, who we have already seen in the Jet, and we've seen make some monstrous plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe Toasty, we saw 24 kills,
Yeah.
and I think
Yeah.
we only played like 20 rounds because I think it was
Yeah.
like a 13-7, I think. So I think it was
Mhm.
only like 20 rounds. So
Yeah.
put up a monstrous performance. But notably, I want to mention it that on the side of Notorious, we've only seen one change. We've
Yeah.
only seen one change on the agents. Sorry, we have a lawyer
Mhm.
talking in chat. But the only change is that we're seeing Tonka on that jet. Everyone else is playing the exact same agent. So
Right.
if nothing else, that should tell us that these are the agents that they're most comfortable on. They didn't make many adjustments. We're not seeing that Sova get picked up, which likes to get used here on this map.
Right.
They have their agents they like to play, and they play them well, and they are sticking to their guns.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, these are pretty similar compositions to what they ran before as well. Crown the Kings, I'm pretty sure ran the same composition prior as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're running, yeah, absolutely. They're running the exact same thing. And so this will just be, you know, this will be a battle for sure.
Absolutely. And Toasty immediately starting processions here with an opening kill on the Peter.
That's pretty
Toasty actually is taking a lot of space. It's taking all the way up through mid. The trademark's been placed down by me main, but it doesn't really matter. Spike is down on A. And Toasty might be able to catch them in the rotate here. Toasty finds
Toasty.
one. Dev finds one on site. Here we go. Cam's gonna the last one standing, but it is gonna be a flawless round to start it off here from Crown King.
What
Oh,
a
we
way
won
to
a good
open
game.
up this match. Absolutely. Crown the Kings is showing that it doesn't matter how well you managed to do last game. We're a completely different team at a completely different level. Opening up Toasty with 3 clean frags at essentially the top of the round, and then Dev coming at the back of that with 2 of his own. That's really solid. And they should be coming into next round as well. Past this one with quite the nice buy as well. Considering that if Toasty's able to execute the same amount of frags that they did in the last round, they're going to be sitting pretty with econ.
Yeah, we're seeing the split setup here. Winter is going to rendezvous away to not get spotted, but, you know, that audio cue is going to give him plenty enough information to work with. Dev actually pushing very far forward. Will get the Silver Drone marker onto Winter. Will spot the location. Puts Winter in a very tricky spot. It's going to take a little bit of damage, but they're just going to retreat. Already put them, you know, a little bit farther back early into this round.
Playing so slowly right now. And of course, the defense has recognized they don't need to push anything. It's completely on Notorious to make these plays here. I think that they might tell them the fact that they're wanting to posture over towards A, so I'd imagine they're going to have a little bit of a question of if somebody's in cat. It looks like they did just get confirmation that, of course, Fade is playing in tree, or trying to at the very least. Take that spike over towards mid.
Oh, Gavin does get flashed off, but finds one, finds two, finds three.
Gavin.
Spike down A.
Winter over on B site does get the kill on Duper, who is midway through rotating, but spikes down over on A. He's got 10 health to work with. He's got
10
2
seconds
shots left in the headhunter. Toasty's hunting him down. Toasty's gonna find the kill. Toasty starting with 4 to begin with, and right now, the only 2 players with kills on the side of Notorious are Billions and Winter with 1 each. That is not the start you want to see.
That is not at all the start you want to see. Luckily, they'll be coming into a buy round here, so they should be coming up into a much better position. But, you know, if this doesn't go their way, they're gonna be looking a little bit rough. Toasty.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that was a little bit of a joke by there, picking up the Ares for not but a second.
The Ares is an amazing gun. What are you talking about?
Right.
Ooh, Duper actually is going to get spotted and hit with that Prowler. We've seen this before. Duper likes to play in this smoke with the Shorty. Might peek forward and will get the kill on the Peter with the Shorty. the trademark coming out from the Omen. The push is going to go through. Tonka is
Really
going
bad.
to dash into sight, get the door down. The execute follows suit. Winter does find one, but two for Winter. Woo! There we go.
One
Rifles
enemy
now
remaining.
in the hands.
Spike down B.
Both teams. Only one left standing. Tonka's gonna have to do the most here, but Toasty shuts them down. And that's gonna be the bonus. That's 3 in a row. And yeah, we're gonna see the timeout come out. That's
Of course.
yeah, no, that is gonna be the timeout. It's gonna be coming from Notorious here, because they're not in a great spot, because that was supposed to be
no.
their bonus. You would expect them to get a little bit more. You would expect them to get a lot more, because not only have we played 3 rounds, they've only gotten 5 kills. So they are getting completely and utterly shut down from the gate.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, this is definitely something that they need to take some time to reevaluate how they're approaching this, because clearly it is not working whatsoever. Like you were saying, across the entirety of Notorious right now, they have 5 kills, which is the same amount of kills that Toasty has alone.
Yeah.
And Gavin is not that far behind, with 4 kills and 2 assists as well. So it's looking a little rough for Notorious. I don't know right now how they can take it, other than maybe trying to shut down any aggression from Toasty, but it seems like Toasty is a master of this playing field right now in Ascent. They seem to know when to push what lanes and the audio cues that they need to be listening out for, and they have sort of perfect control of whenever they're pushing, and they're never really caught off guard on anything either. They seem to just be playing so unbelievably well.
Yeah, no. We talked about it in the first map that they played, that the team play is just there. Even when they're able to get a kill, they're able to get the trade in response. Tonka dashing into sight, taking a lot of space, will spot outside. He misses the shot, the fragmentation comes out, puts him in the corner. Billions
Spike
guns
planted.
them down 4-4 so far. Toasty spamming through, trying to find something. Don't quite find anything. Nothing setting in the corner. Here we go. I don't think they're expecting to fade in the
low.
corner. Cheater finds one. Oh no! Toasty
player
goes down
standing.
early. Here we go. This is exactly what they wanted. No, this is not. Gavin finds one. It is a 1v1. Gavin's going to get it to half. They are hit by the Prowler. They're hit by the Haunt. That will give a lot of information. Pros don't fake.
No,
Pros
no.
don't fake. They will fake, but they won't get the kill. And
All right.
Peter saves it. 45 health remaining. It was close, but they scraped together a round.
That was absolutely close. And luckily for Notorious, they're going to be coming up in pretty much every ultimate here. If they manage to snag a few ult orbs and a few picks here and there at the top of the round, they should be coming into this with plenty to use if they want to pretty quickly manage to take a lane or a site. That is what you want to see if you're a fan of Notorious. Now, still, of course, the showing from Gavin there, managing to pick up, what was that, 3 that round? Still, a little scary considering we are already aware that Gavin and Toasty are amazing on this map. But at the same time, it seems as though, hopefully, with that round of the board, not letting them get too far away with it. Hopefully be able to come up a little bit bigger. But as soon as I start saying that, oh man.
Yeah. I was gonna say that if they can time these ultimates well, no! Tonka gets caught
One
out
enemy
after the smoke
remaining.
disappears. Kenzie goes down inside with 3. I was gonna say if they can time these ultimates, stack them one after another, because all of their ultimates they have on hand are round defining, could change it just on their own, not even layered on top of each other. So if they could stagger them, they could maybe pull a few rounds together, but even though they drop the no command, it's all in vain, because that one Sova dart
One Sova dart,
completely
yeah.
nullifies everything, and they're just mowed down at the entrance to B main.
Absolutely. You know, of course, Toasty is still an amazing performance thus far. Billions did manage to make their way to the point, at the very least, did get plant money. But Gavin and Dev, Wow, Gavin is 8-2-2, and we're on round 6.
Let's play.
I said it, man. I said it. I really think that this game is going to come down to those peripheral characters, the ones that we see get a lot of kills but are not the, the main duelists or the chambers that we would expect to get a lot of kills. And Gavin has decided that he's just going to do both. He's just going to be one of those side characters, the initiator that gets into a lot of those duels, and he's also going to be the one that gets all the kills this game.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's the decision that's being made right now from, Crown League Kings, is that they just want everybody to have their moment to shine. And it seems like they're really going to make that happen, as unfortunate it might be for Notorious fans.
Okay, he's going to push out of the through. He's not going to get hit by the silence, but the Hunter's Fury will just not spot him out. He's going to take a lot of damage. Does still have the Blade Storm. I say that as the silence, because the Null Command comes through. Ooh. Left with nothing in hand. Will get taken out, but Will can trade it. Toasty in a pretty good position to do a lot of damage here. Duper, though, through the glass finds one. Toasty to the wall finds another one. Dashes and gets a third. At some point, I said it in the past, but the absurdity of some of these players' plays, it becomes less like, what did he just do? And he just did it again? How can you keep doing it? The absurdity becomes just incomprehensible.
Like, at some point it has to stop, right? like eventually at some point it has to hold. Like, they have to get tired, their stamina has to run out. How many teams have they gone through already? Like they have been playing multiple games, and it looks like they're well on track to finals, but they're not stopping anytime soon. They just want to keep the train a chugging, but it looks like they're not running out of fuel.
No.
Every play that they make is a play that is being made. It just
using your analogy, this is a train that is not coming off the tracks, and it has no brakes. The operator up in the very, very advanced.
This isn't great.
Position. Oh no, did they spot Duper? Oh no, they didn't spot
No,
Duper.
not.
They didn't spot Duper. He finds one. Leaves only 2 to get into sight. It is a 3v2 situation.
Spike planted.
They're waiting for one of these players to come out of the extremities, but there's nowhere to be found. Both are on site.
They should know that both are on the site.
Oh, that's going to give away a little bit of information. There's going to be an opt-down. Doesn't matter because Gavin finds one. That's disgusting. How can you even see his head in that situation?
I don't even know.
Billions has 3 for the rounds. Can't find the 4th. Side with the operator finds the final kill, and 6-1.
Billions is really trying his absolute darndest to keep Notorious in the game currently.
Dragging their team, kicking and screaming at times, but it's just not enough. A one-man team cannot stop the mixture of Toasty and Gavin.
Absolutely. So, as of right now, coming at the top of the round, of course, and this might change coming into the round, but at the top of the round, Crown doesn't have any ultimates currently available. Now, Notorious does have Nightfall, right? That could be an amazing ultimate that's used. They can do their absolute best, try and clear sight here. I don't know if they want to commit that, considering they're coming into a rather low buy here. But they need to get something done to try and drag themselves out into the board, because, oh my goodness, if Crown has not been so good with the current rounds.
Yeah, and I know you said, oh, this actually will be the Nightfall being invested. I don't think that hits either Toasty or Gavin, or not Gavin, sorry, Duper in the corner.
I think it might have hit Psy.
Yes, it did hit Psy in the back, but that's still a third of the information, and Gavin almost finds both. Billions makes their way onto site. Spike will go down. It is a 4v3. Unfortunately, Tonka is kind of separated. Scratch that. Tonka's dead. Sorry. Gasless curse, I guess.
In the middle of taking a drink of water, you can't do that to me, man. You can't. I looked up to try and see what he was doing, and you're like, nah, don't worry about it, he's dead now.
Kemsky finds 2 with Sheriff. Psy finds 1 with a Headhunter. Billions the last one on site. and just gets run down by Dev 7-1. And like you said, it was a little bit risky to invest the Nightfall, and they didn't really get much from it. They only hit one of the players on site, and then they immediately retreat it. So now they're down one, and well, I was gonna say that you never know, because sure, Toasty was only two off of his ultimate, but he's only 2, and we've seen this man pop off and easily get 2 around.
Absolutely.
So, and now he's 1 up, so I'm almost certain he's gonna have it at least up this round.
Here.
So it's gonna be a full buy round, but
Need backup.
this actually, oh no, we have a double operator.
We do indeed have double operator. And we also do have operator inside of Winter, which we do know is a menace with that weapon.
Yes.
But they haven't had the best showing as of right now. 2-8 in Shaver and Ascent isn't necessarily the greatest, but hopefully they will pull something a little bit better along.
Oh, they have a spray down in mid as they take all the way up till Marketplace, but they're running into even more bullet fire. The Odin and the operator. The door is down.
That shot from Toasty into mid hit Kamsky with the operator perfectly in the chest. He is sitting on such low HP, and he is also the only ultimate they could possibly have to try and clear a sight.
I don't know how it is on your screen, but oh, it doesn't matter because he's dead. He's down.
He's dead.
Toasty.
Got it. He's gone.
Toasty finds 2, an assist on Kamsky as well, and it's all collapsing. There we go. Side with the top shot, hits Billions.
Oh no. This is let me gather my thoughts real quick. Let me make sure that whatever's about to come out of my mouth is actually comprehensible. Yeah. I do think it is completely possible we've seen it before in plenty of games that Notorious can come back and make this half a little, not positive, because it's impossible to make it positive for themselves now, but at the very least not make it as disadvantageous for them.
Yes.
That being said, they're on a low buy, coming into an Odin and an operator. And Toasty has the op now.
Oh, Sai! You don't even have an operator in your hands.
Doesn't need one.
Sai finds 3.
Doesn't need one.
I
Right.
apologize to anyone in stream who may be confused by our casting, but this is to say we saw this. We saw how dominant of a performance they put up in the first game of the day, and that was hours ago. And we were talking about how it would be really cool to see Crown of Kings make it to the final because they put up such a dominant performance. They made it through almost every round. They got a bye in their first round, but they still had a really strong second round win. I don't think either one of us were even, it wasn't even in the realm of possibility for us to imagine it being this close. Toasty with the operator finds 1.
Okay.
Expects something to go out a little bit farther.
Very possible.
Makes it very possible, but Duper is making it much harder for them. Finds another one.
Teleport's ready.
Spike planted.
Tour de force. He's gonna hear the spike go down. Should hear the person around generator. Does hear the person around generator. Oh, and Gavin just swings through and finds. Okay. Peter sitting towards wine. 1 in hell. Sai just jumps down like a madman and finds it. Peter sitting in the back is spotted, but Dev with the Odin.
Soren and I just had a moment.
Oh no.
It is the best that Notorious can make this map. This side, not this map. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. They can make this side. This half is 10-2. Now, Sorry, just real quick. I'd like to just run
Not
something
great.
by you if you don't mind.
No.
So, of course. So, Crown the Kings, they picked up the first 3 rounds consecutively, right?
Yes.
But then, of course, the Troyes managed to come back and pick up that 4th round, which is actually pretty good. And we were like, all right, so now it's 3-1. It's been 7 rounds.
Yeah.
It's been 7 rounds in a row.
You know what the worst and the craziest and the scariest part is? Is if they lose this round, they go to 11-1. Which puts them 2 away. Which means that if they lose this round, the pistol is not negotiable.
Yeah, that's just it.
Oh no, Dev! You can't
with me owning again!
just mows them down.
There is something special about this team. There is something that I don't think personally. I
Winter's
have
just gonna
not
run
seen-
right into the
Standing.
crosshairs of Sai, sitting in the back of sight, getting mowed down. Sai shooting from the front of Hunter's Fury coming from the side.
Switching sides.
And here we go.
Scariest
This is it.
part right now.
What?
Toasty is the 4th frag on their team. We talked about Toasty. We really hyped Toasty up, and we were like, yeah, they had an amazing, and they have been playing amazingly. Now,
The 4th.
there are 22 kills on the side of the Toast. There are 27 kills
That's a good spot.
between Sai and Dev.
I want to know how many of them are Odin and Operator kills.
Too many. too many, my friend.
And the craziest thing for me is, we've seen Notorious. I
know.
Notorious isn't bad. This is not a thing of like, oh yeah, they just got completely like, oh, it's just like a massive skill differential. They never had a chance. This is just Brown King's beat.
Oh my
Toasty.
goodness.
This is just Crown the Kings being on a different level. This is Crown the Kings just being. Oh, Toasty, you can't
Nope.
do that. Toasty. Gavin finds the 3rd. Peter
Find you.
sends the haunt over, and it's not gonna find anything. Spike goes down. Peter enters sight.
Last
Does
player
find
standing.
1. Toasty finds a 3rd, and Tonka, by himself, is going to be heard, and is going to be pincer. Maybe not heard. Maybe not.
Not heard, maybe not heard.
As,
they can catch Toasty
Sai
out, it would
walks
be
past.
huge.
Okay. Does find Toasty. Tonka might be able to do this. This is possible. Sai didn't hear him
Match
originally,
point.
No.
but did hear him there, and just wraps back around and gets that kill. It's gonna be a force, by the way. They have to.
They have
this
to.
is huge.
I mean, they quite literally have to. If they lose this, they just lose and they go home. There's no other. There's no redemption for them here. The redemption is in the rounds themselves. The redemption is this map in particular. Was last half or this half. Neither one seems to be going in their favor, which means that if they want to try and even this out, they have 11 rounds in front of them, which is not unprecedented.
I mean,
But
what we've
is
seen,
going to be very difficult.
Well, we've seen 9 in a row in the last
true.
9.
That's true.
Only dropping 1, so it's not impossible. There we go. Billions
Right.
opens up her seeing, gets that first kill with a judge, tries to push forward, tries to push their luck a little bit. They're not actually gonna take any damage though. A little back. Tonka.
All right.
He finds Gavin. Those are
Alright.
2 big players out of the board. That's top and 3rd frag, but Toasty.
Yeah.
We've seen what Toasty can do. 5 out of 7 ult points. They could still make something happen, though the defense has slowly put pressure. This is exactly what they need to do. They got these opening frags, and they're now cornering them into this mid-space. Kamsky finds 1, Toasty finds Kamsky, but Tonka finds the trade. Gonna run right into Dev. Dev comes out on top, 1v3.
30 seconds left.
He does have Spike, he doesn't have to worry about that. We're going to get some weapon upgrades in the mid space. So there's going to be a Vandal in the hands of Winter. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Dev expects that push, gets the kill, 1-2. Spike goes down.
No way that you do this to them, Dev. There's just no
Super
way.
aggressively. Oh no.
Okay.
He doesn't. Okay. Okay. That Prowler was huge. That puts him in a very disadvantaged position. And then they're able to get the kill. A little scary.
Push a button.
Right,
Save
but
the day.
hey.
But they
hey.
come out on top. They come out on top.
Crown Zecon, not good.
No.
Crown Zecon is not good here. Which is great if you are a fan of Notorious, because of course Notorious is going to have to consistently keep buying out, like full buying out. But because of that, that might keep Crown in a weird loop of being in a disadvantageous position, because even if Notorious were to get a complete flawless coming into the next round, they would ditch the Spectre and the Judge most likely in favor of like a Vandal or a Phantom. Which means that they would just come immediately back into a full buy, because there's no next round if Notorious loses, which means that they really...
Toasty. Oh no. Jumps over, will spot Tonka, but not in a position to use the knives to get the kill, but they will spot that Flamethrower after hearing it. Winter gets an opening kill on the Duper.
Alright. Okay.
Namski finds the kill on Dev. Tonka finds Toasty. Gavin only has 60 health to work with.
Flawless? No, not a flawless.
Not quite a flawless.
Close to it.
Winter gets the final kill. That's what they needed though.
All right.
That's really, really good. That's gonna put rifles in just about everyone's hands. As long as they full buy, which, like we said, they have to.
Yeah.
There's no more room. That is going to be the operator in the hands of Tonka. Winter's gonna pick up the Phantom as well. The only person looking like they might keep is Billions, which I don't know why they would. They should have enough to
They
buy
have
out.
plenty of money, and they could buy...
There we go.
Okay, good.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Common sense has prevailed. We got it, guys.
That's not ready.
And yeah, it actually looks like they're really expecting a B hit here, but in reality, they're gonna go for a very aggressive mid push. Tonka sitting in with that. Oh, but gets right through the smoke.
That is possibly one of the worst things that could have happened for Notorious, because that is their operator and their jet down, and we know that Tonka's pretty good with the operator. Unfortunately, they no longer have that in play.
And they were isolated,
playmaking
so
is
it's gonna be very
limited.
difficult to get it. It's gonna be risky to get it. Winter would be great to put it back in Winter's hands, but they're just gonna spray this down. It is going to be a very scary proposition.
Phantom.
They don't get the kill. They don't get the kill. After they got the kill. Billions gets mowed downside. That's a big hit. Billions is carrying them at points.
Right.
Winter, though, does have the Phantom. It is the 3v4, though. They're going to have to do the most. Toasty
Half full
might
frags.
just... No, I feel like Toasty's feeling themselves here. Toasty finds
absolutely
one,
is.
brings it to a 2 to 3. Toasty, you just gotta spray. Toasty might just spray through and find this.
No way he doesn't. Keskinski here.
Oh, he
Remaining.
finds them, finds
Make
the
it a
third.
4K?
He's looking for the 4K. 60 health to work with. It's a 3v1. They don't have the room, they don't have the time,
Attackers
and they
win.
don't have the health. And not only does Crown the Kings win, they do it in a dominant. We said it before, they did it in a dominant fashion. This is dominance. This was them
absolutely.
coming out of the gate and saying, "You are not playing the game."
No.
Because at no point did Notorious have a real
Absolutely.
chance to get back in. They were constantly on
Absolutely.
the back foot until the very end.
They did not like how their previous games went. There was a little bit too close for them, even though it was still a dominant showing. And they went, you know what? We need to make it even more dominant. And that was a message to whoever ends up facing them here in the finals, that it is going to be rough. It is going to be an amazing game.
Yeah, no, it is going to be an amazing game because
Ooh.
down on the other side of the bracket, I know we have some teams that are just as good. Because a reminder, that was a dominant game. That was not up against a weak team.
No, not at all.
Notorious, we've seen that they are a very, very strong team. And I think they've actually played all 4 of the rounds when Crown Kings only played 3 of them because they got the bye in the first round. So Notorious have had a tougher time to get here, and they still made it in a pretty dominant fashion in the last game. So they are still a very good team. It's just Crown Kings are on a whole another level, and they are going to look to take that dominance and that momentum and that mentality into the finals, which is next up. It's going to be a best of 3, and it's all on the line. I slipped up a little bit earlier. I said, first and second are going to share a little bit, like 75-25. No. First place, winner takes all for the $100. Whoever wins takes the cash prize home, and they take the glory. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with the finals. This is it. 30 plus teams entered at the beginning of the day, and we are now hours past, and we are down to 2. It is the finals, and it is Think Again, which we've seen previously on this show, against Crown the Kings, who just had a very dominant performance. All is on the line. $100 is on the line, cash prize. And I think I can say for both of us here, this is what we wanted. We talked about even before the last game.
Yeah.
This is the finals that we wanted to see, and I'm so excited that we are here. As always, I am Soren. Joined with me is Raid. What are we thinking? Because this is it. This is everything on the line.
And of course, when we were talking about it, the reason that we wanted these two teams is because these are the two most dominant teams that we've seen today.
Yes.
And we were just going back into the bracket and looking at all the rosters and whatnot, and we were like, man, wouldn't it be a really fun finals to cast and to watch? To have these two teams that had a spectacular play get up into the finals, and that's exactly what we have now. We have seen Crown the Kings more because we saw them twice and we only saw Think Again once. But the times that we did see Crown the Kings, normally, of course, when you need to get into casting and whatnot and just get into viewing in general, when you see a team more often, you begin to see their faults more often, except for when it's very difficult to see a team's faults if they don't give you many situations to display those faults. And by that, I mean just sweep. And so I'm excited to see what could only be described as such a bloodthirsty battle between these two juggernauts of this tournament currently.
Absolutely. The Clash of Titans. We are about to get underway. Agent selection is coming up here soon, but just to run you through it. First up, we have Icebox, followed by Binds, and then for the tie-breaking map 3, if we get there, it will be Breeze, and all of them, Think Again, is going to be starting on attack. So, very attack-minded, Think Again.
Very.
But we also have a very interesting pool of maps. This is the first best of 3 we have. It's the only best of 3 we have in this Weekday Warriors series. And, Icebox, we have one of the it's technically one of the biggest, but it also feels like one of the smallest because of how tight and cramped it can be in certain times and how many angles. There are very much like Fracture in a way. And then we have Bind, which is one of the most straightforward. There's really no mid space except for B main, but you have a lot of teleporters that can, cause a little bit of trickery. So very interesting map. And then we go to Breeze, which is the complete opposite of the first map, where it's the biggest by far, I think, besides Pearl, but it's also the most wide open. So if we do go map 3, we are going to see the full spectrum. By the end of the day, we will have a winner, and we will know affirmatively who's going to be on top because we have the full selection. There's no niche we're not hitting here.
I would love to see Breeze actually get played because it's not very often that you really get to cast a Breeze game because more often than not, players have a tendency to enjoy maps like Ascent or Haven or Icebox. And so, of course, that's what the majority of what we end up viewing or casting or anything and everything in between. But Breeze is one of those that is so fun to me in particular because, of course, I love Jet, I love Chamber and whatnot, whatever that may mean for me, whatever. But those give purchase to so many of those open angles, and I'm excited to see because the other maps that we've played none of them have been really open, except for mid on Ascent and maybe down sort of like A and C long over in Haven. Even then, they have different cubbies that you can play on that you can play those closer angles. Breeze doesn't have nearly as many of those, and even those quote-unquote closer angles that you end up playing have a tendency to be like medium range. So I would love to see that. But of course, we're starting on an Icebox, making our way on over to Agent Select. And I'm just going to put this out there. I imagine we're going to see pretty much exactly what we saw from both these teams in our prior maps.
A little bit different. We actually have not seen either of these teams play on Icebox.
Mhm.
So we are seeing a little bit of a different composition to what we saw earlier in the day. Very similar
No.
though, double sentinel, double initiator. This time a little bit different. We do have the
Yep.
chamber and the sage, but we have the KO and the Sova.
Mhm.
And then on the other side, it looks like we're seeing. I was going to say triple sentinel. I forgot that Viper is a controller. We are
Mhm.
going to see the more traditional double sentinel with the duelist, initiator, and controller setup. I think Beast. It just hit me. Beast is usually the chamber.
Beast
Beast
is
almost
usually yeah,
has been playing a lot of chamber. So
because Rogue was previously
on the jet.
of course, the Jet, yeah.
Yeah.
And Gamer was the Sky, and wasn't
the
Ein
Viper.
wasn't Ein the Omen?
Yes, Ein was the Omen. So
Huh.
we do have a little bit of a switch up. The smokes are going to be switched over
Choose
to
your
Beast
agent.
instead of
Right.
the chamber. Toasty is hovering the rays, which, duelists on this map, love it or
Mhm.
hate it. I prefer seeing no duelists just because I find it
Of
interesting.
course, of
But if you're
course.
going to pick an agent on this map, I do think that Raze
Mhm.
is the best. Jet's really good at taking space, but she's primarily seen as an opper.
Mhm.
But I think if you want primarily an agent that can just go in, take the site as quickly as possible, and cause as much havoc there, and push the defenders completely off of it, you're gonna want to go Raze.
Absolutely. Especially considering the usage of Boombot, people don't necessarily consider pivotal, I would say. But
Yeah.
especially in a map like this, because there are so many close angles, being able to use the Boombot is amazing. And of course, on top of that, the paint shells and whatnot, being able to completely clear out lanes and cubbies and whatnot. Awesome.
Absolutely. But as we get into the way, before we interrupt the game, I do have two quick announcements. You've heard me say it before, everyone. We can say it together at this point. Solos Arena, it's a private matchmaking system that we have on the IGL website. Go check it out. Monthly winnings, monthly prizes at the end of the month. And if you join now, first 100 people get their first month for free. You can win free prizes. What's the harm in that? So go check it out. It's a lot of fun. And of course, this Saturday, upcoming weekend, we have the Neon Black series. We've been doing it throughout the month of July. We have some amazing games coming out entirely. Do not forget to miss it. $275 on the line. But that's enough for the announcements and the advertisements, because we are getting into the action.
Both teams are playing so closely around each other because they know the other
very
is really
close
good.
So very slow action, but
Very
there's
slow
movement.
action. There's a little bit of movement.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Looks like Cooper is sitting up pretty aggressively. Has been seen on the Omen most of these last few games. So seeing them on the chamber, a little bit of a switch up. So a little bit of switch up from both comps, from both teams. But it looks like we have a split here at 2 and 3 with mid completely opened. And Duper, not Duper, that is Dev, pushing up through the mid, might just catch them out on this rotate, and they
Spike
will.
planted.
Gavin finds one. Sova goes down. That is going to be a big hit. That loss of the information is huge. Ein misses the dart. That gives a lot of information away. Spike is down. They're playing for his post plant. Oh no, that wall is so good.
No.
That
Oh
post plant set up,
no.
getting
One
to them.
enemy remaining.
The trades go out, but it doesn't matter because the defuse comes out, and that is going to be a pretty convincing win, going immediately into the way of Crown the King.
Absolutely. Crown the Kings in their past two games, we've oftentimes seen, whenever it's be a retake or just sort of taking space on a site in general, a disregard for the enemy team of just slamming their face onto the point, pressing left click, and getting a few kills here and there. With how slowly they took that round, you can tell that there is a much better respect that is there here now that they are in finals, and there is an acknowledgement that this team is good,
there we go.
especially opening up with a trade like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 over in B main. And again, we have a split. And actually, Ringo pushing all the way up
Oh no.
through. Hey, man, Beast has little health to
Oof.
work with. And is going to have to run away from the boom button right into the crosshairs of Dev. Guns them down in the mid space. Rogue Pringle, like I said, pushed all the way forward up to the door of A main. Allows them a lot of space. Ein is going to get the plant down. And Toasty is going to check left, but
Last
does a
player
double take and
standing.
catches Rogue Pringle off. Gets the kill. Sai gets the Spectre. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's happening again. The wall's down. They can't do
Again.
anything. Sofa, the last one standing, can't do anything but watch and listen as the spike gets defused.
Absolutely. And this is also just Crown displaying the fact that they can make playing slow work. Although they were really hyper aggressive in their past 2 games, it's just demonstrating. It's demonstrating patience, if I'm going to be completely honest. Because
Absolutely.
they're confident. They're confident in their gunplay. They know they can hit their shots. They know they're really good at hitting headshots. And they're also aware that the movement is stellar. But at the same time, they really want to win. Clearly, they want to win this final, so they're going to play it a little bit more carefully. And that's showing that they can devise and put plans in place. Because especially with the way that that boombot was used down tube, it forced Viper away over into the crosshair of Dev. And that was amazing utility usage and the way that they were set up. And that was all based on... Ooh.
Duper is
Based
in
on
a
how
really
thick
bad
again would
spot.
have tasted. Oof.
Luckily, no one's going to push them. I don't know if they're quite aware of where exactly he is, but they know that he's somewhere nearby. They would have heard that rendezvous go down. And actually hearing that, they're going to completely pull off, and the rotation is going to happen over towards B. But yeah, there was a little bit of rotation from the defense, but they're just rotating right back. They're just going to be running into
Right.
3 yet again, as I believe Dev is still just sitting in this mid space and is actually pushing forward like we saw earlier. We'll almost certainly spot the trademark as well, so we'll think again before trying to flank around.
The util is being used here, but nothing in particular is really happening. Of course, they managed to get the plant down, which is quite nice, which is... Hopefully they won't end up getting walled off again. We'll see.
Yeah, they put the wall down, but Crown Kings are just playing so smart. They immediately remove that wall, even though it takes a lot of their time. That is probably the best move that they could do. And there's nothing remaining of it. And this is what we're seeing. That wall goes down.
Last player
No, Gamer beats over, and I find one each. I find a
Oh.
second clinical demolition from the side of Think Again as they pull their bonus back. And that's exactly what we want to see, because I hate to be the one to bring it up, but both of the last games we saw where they put up dominant performances, they picked up the bonus.
Yes.
So picked up 3 in a row. So
Yes.
seeing someone
Yes.
stop that
Yes.
in its tracks is what we want to see.
Absolutely. And this is setting them up for an amazing future play because, once again, of course, as a caster, I often talked about the economy and whatnot, but that can make or break a game in general. Because if your spending plan is really not in place and you're not aware of exactly how many credits you're going to have going into the next, like, 2 or 3 rounds even, and you're not basing your spending off of the minimum, it can be real rough because a change in arsenal really can be the difference in whether or not you win a round. That being said, of course, Crown is still going to have a complete full buy with that operator in the hands of Duper. Chamber on defense, you'll love to see it if you are that team. You hate to see it if you're playing against it. But let's see if Duper can actually get anything done with the operator to make sure that that purchase was actually worth it.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult to work with, especially because we know that B is such a hard site to take and win on attack. You have to play really smart. And sure, I say it's a lot easier to work with, but that usually means it's much more heavily defended, which means that you're almost always going to be running into an op if the op is on hand. And Duper is actually going to be expecting this. Will take out that Sova drone. A flash coming out from Gamer, that's huge. Gonna have to rendezvous away.
30 seconds left.
Here we go. It's only 70 seconds left. They're going to have to choose here. And it looks like they're going to rotate off. They're going to invest a lot of util to simply rotate. But it's not any better because they're going to be running into 2, basically 3. Once the raise makes their way over. Yep, there we go. Raze is starting to
10
rotate.
seconds left.
Sai is actually going to get into a
Oh.
sneaky position, trying to stop Spike plant, but through the smoke. Sofa gets the kill. Dev finds a trade.
Out of charges.
2 to 3. Spike is planted for the attackers, but it's not in the best position for them.
Particularly.
Toasty brings it to level here.
Revealing area.
Both Sovas on hand.
they're
Recon
aware.
is going to know both of them.
Player standing.
Beast peeks out, gets the snake bite down, stalls out the plant a little bit longer. Sofa,
Behind you.
will they take the check? They will, but Toasty falls. Sofa just needs to play
Time
timed
here.
here. Dev, I don't think they have time. Dev's just
No.
gonna run. Getting chased down, gunned down, will get killed. It will be 5-4-5. No one leaving with a rifle.
Here.
Which brings us 2 to 2. Very costly for both sides there.
This is already a better performance than we've seen from any team that has gone up against
Yes. Yes.
By far, Crown is playing as if they are aware that anything, any movement that is off course or any mistake that they make will be punished.
Yeah,
And it really has been. It really has been punished. Anything that's been like less than stellar so far has been really raked on by both teams. And so of course, we're gonna have Yen coming in with a full buy, 5 Vandals on their arsenal, but it doesn't matter.
Gavin.
Gavin picks up a pick here.
Marshall. Sofa, excuse me, is going to catch out Toasty. Pringle, though, is going to get 1 for 1, taking out Dev. That's actually going to be a big loss, losing that information from the Sova. Not exactly what you want to see when you're trying to enter the site. Or, sorry, defend the site. Oh, but that res comes out. Beast is back into play.
Oh, that's close.
Well, Pine immediately gets a kill following suit. Rogue playing Sai, and it's kind of all falling apart here in this round.
It is. Of
We're
course.
seeing. Oh, go for it.
Oh, you're good. Just, of course, Crown of Kings, it wasn't too much of an expectation they'd win this. Mostly martial
standing.
frenzy and a sheriff, but you don't want a flawless. That's really what you don't
Yeah.
want. Of course, it's gonna pad them up great because now they don't have to make a buy other than a bit of util and armor. That's about it. They get away with all of their weaponry. What they invested into that round was perfect. And of course, Crown will have their full buy now again. We have 10 Vandals in the lobby currently. And we'll see how that goes. I think this is also one of those, like we've discussed before, one of those like pivotal rounds when it comes to the first. Both have full buys, right?
Yes.
This is a full rifle round. This will determine how this half goes because otherwise they can end up snowballing to such a rapid extent.
Ooh, Jupiter gets away. It only takes a little bit. And I did want to mention, I don't get a chance to. Beast finds 2 as they enter. Say, Beast finds 3. No command is still down. Toasty finds Beast.
Last
Finally, an
player
end to the
standing.
menace. So, Sai goes down. Toasty finds the second one. There we go. Toasty needs to come online here. Is already top fragging, but at this point in the game, at this point in the series, you need
No way.
to do more than what you think is possible. Has to get around this wall, and sure, Blast Pack will do that just fine. Grenades out to the right, tries to take the duel to the left. Knows that Ain is going to try to push through, but with little health remaining, the fragmentation grenade is going to secure it. And I wanted to say at the beginning of the round, but they didn't give me the opportunity. I think this is the first time all day today that Crown is in the back foot. The Crown is in a losing position. They have constantly had a round lead. This is the first time we've seen them. And now they're down 2.
And this is a confident round lead too. Of course, it's
Yes.
only technically 2 rounds, but they're constantly cycling through low buys and rifle buys, but they cannot seem to win a rifle. And so constantly think again is just completely shutting down any hope they have of snowballing any amount of momentum because they just don't have the money to do it.
Oh, right here. They could find something, but they just run into 3 people. Duper probably just happy to keep their life in that situation.
Crown does have all 5 of their ultimates currently online. Once again, don't know how many of them you're going to want to actually invest in this round, because you already popped the tour de force, which means that it's clear that you have an operator in hand. I'm not sure how much more you want to use, considering you're going up against 5 vandals here.
Yeah.
Your ability to just take space and peek angles is the best in the game.
Very interested to see what happens here. Duper is still staying in that mid spot, which is probably a good thing, seeing as the strat that we've seen so far is that think again, push into this A space, get a frag or 2. They take as much space as they can, and then they completely retreat back out and swing back to that B site, so they have that perfect advantage that they're looking for. But it looks like it's going to be in vain. I say that, Sofa goes down immediately. Sai gets that kill with Sheriff. That's big. The wall goes down, so they have to make a way through. Toasty finds the kill. Oh no, can they do this? Oh no, they don't clear it. They just kind of toss it into a corner. Don't find anything. Gavin,
No way.
Smoke finds Ein. They're gonna tap the defuse. Gavin goes down. Sai finds Gamer. It is a 3v1 round. They're back in it.
They're all so
3-4. Yeah, they got scraps, but
yeah, of course they were sitting there in the Viper's pit. I think I fully expected, for some reason in the back of my mind, that Beast was just going to fully spray transfer the entirety of their team there in that Viper's pit, because they're all 1, and would just be able to completely clutch out that map, or that round. But I did not expect, with a classic and 4 sheriffs in the arsenal for Crown. But to be completely fair, it's not a team that, no matter what their arsenal is, no matter what it looks like in the current moment, that's not a team that I can make an expectation for, because
You want to
both
play?
of these
Let's
teams
play.
constantly betray what I think is going to happen.
I think both of them won their maps on 50 rounds too. So
yeah.
yeah, 50
Absolutely.
are definitely not an abnormality to them, and actually taking that loss is going to make think again, and reevaluate their strategy. Yeah, I know, but and are going to just play a lot slower, a lot more spread, and they're going to get that opening kill on Duper, who tries to push through A. They're probably expecting a B hit there, but just runs into the crosshairs of Sofa. A is now suddenly a lot more open. There's only 1 true defender there. Toasty's still in mid. Could rotate though.
Don't have their KO directly with them, so they have to kind of wait.
Teleport's ready.
Moment. A little spicy there.
Eyes locked across the room. Not the love story you're thinking. It's more of a moment of terror.
Exactly.
Yes, there we go. The execute comes down. The wall goes down. Oh, and that Hunter's Fury is going to push them off. The nade is going to push them away as well. I should be able to get this spike round. Oh, Hunter's Fury responded in kind. Toasty just sitting in the corner, possibly waiting for this wall to fall. Or no, he's just gonna shoot it themselves. I find it by 3.
What?
Around Raptors looking for the 4th. Dev, the last one standing, shot from all sides, shock dart from the skies, and Beast swings around and gets the final kill.
Come on, man.
We were talking about this possibly being a 2-0. We were thinking about it. This is an idea in our head that Crown looked really strong. Think again are really strong, but Crown seems dominant. We could see a 2-0, but much like in the last map where we couldn't fathom it being a 13-3, Think again have come in and once again defied our expectations.
Absolutely. And I'd like to point out, Think Again is on attack right now. They don't have a duelist.
Oh.
They're going to be stronger. In theory, they're going to be stronger on defense. Think about that for a second. If they even manage to get the scoreline to like a 6-6, they're in a perfect position. But they're 5-3. I could totally see this at the very least going to a 7-5, and at that point, that's such a clear advantage for them.
Oh, there we go, Toasty. Puts the paint shells into the back. There's a little bit of damage to Ein. Not enough to get the kill. Very interestingly, the smoke is down. The Viper's pit is down. Gavin just runs on him with a bucky, but does meet the business end of the Vandal. Dev trying to wrap around towards Snowman. Sneaky little dart.
Last player standing.
Person there is already dead, unfortunately. Gamer then swings through and finds two. Sai
Oh.
finds Gamer.
No.
Operator in hand has to do the most. Finds Ein.
Teleport's ready.
Okay.
No.
1 to 2. Cooper only has 36 health to work with. That's a scary shock dart, seeing as one of those
no.
will kill him. He's
Chasing
gonna
around.
run right.
Chasing him.
Oh no! Unfortunately, Cooper falls down. He's gonna lose that operator as well. And almost certain they're not gonna pick it up. Never mind. They're just gonna leave that out to the wilderness.
You know, what this kind of seems like? It looks like Think Again did their homework. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it seems like they had the solution to almost any problem that Crown's going to be tossing at them, and it looks like they really kind of locked into their brains the way that Crown won the past few maps, and
Never lose
their
sight.
playstyle, the level of comfort that they have with how aggressively they like to play, and even in defense, oftentimes they play a little bit more aggressively than you might expect. And that's just because generally they rely on Toasty, Dev, and Gavin to be those big players and those big fraggers, but it's not. Oh no!
Oh, that's Caster's curse. I'm so sorry. I said Duper needs to win this and immediately got shot through the wall. That's highly unfortunate. I think the big difference here is that they're not willing to give up map control. I really think that in the last map, versus Notorious, that Notorious would over-rotate. They would give up. Oh no, that's oh the paint shell! Oh no! That's all like apart! Poor Dev!
Why does this stuff keep happening when I'm trying to take a sip of water?
Spike planted.
Man!
Mad at times.
Oh, you know-
almost gonna spit take live on air. Oh
You
no,
know-
Beast
Remains.
finds two, finds a third for the round, and Rose finishes it.
Even sometimes the greatest, they fall. They have their moments where sometimes you toss your paint shells and hits the corner of a shipping container, bounces back towards you, and does more damage in that entire round to yourself than you did to the enemy team. But it's all right. It happens. You know, we are coming and seeing a 7-3 scoreline. Now, luckily, this isn't a one and done, right? This is a best of three. So, if Crown doesn't do super well here and manages to adapt in the next map, or even in the next half, then they're set up, they'll be perfectly fine. But I think again is rather. We discussed Crown being confident, right? I think again is on another level right now. I say that. And Rogue gets taken down.
Yeah.
But still, 7-3.
Yeah, no, I think this is becoming a game of mentality. Because, of
Absolutely.
course, you could be as confident. Are they going to spray down? That is crazy how close they were.
I
You
know.
will
I
not
completely
kill
on-
my
wish they
I-
just took the
people
shot.
are-
Area.
People are crazy. I don't understand how people can predict that so well. But it really becomes a game of mentality. Because right now, Think Again, perfectly fine. They're in the driver's seat. They are cruising through this lane. But right now, it's down to Crown of the Kings. They need to keep their heads on straight. If they start getting upset, they start getting mad, they start losing that mental game, and even if they lose this map, that could easily go into the next map and they could get 2-0'd here. Easy.
Right.
If they let that mentality seep in and start hurting them.
Absolutely, and I think what you were talking about
30
before is
seconds
that
left.
they're playing so differently now in finals against Think Again than they did the previous two matches. And of course, Think Again is clearly an amazing team and terrifying. But at the same time, I don't necessarily think that their gunplay is leagues better than Crown. I actually think that Crown's gunplay is really like off
10
the
seconds
charts.
left. Spike planted.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's quite even here. Sai taking this duel with Gamer. Gamer flash, doesn't hit anything. Just gonna swing around. Gamer finds one. Sai finds the trade though. Dev is taken out in the process, so that is going to be a little bit of a hit. I say that as the revive is used.
with the
Duper
knife
finds the
out.
third for the round. Here we go.
Last player standing.
Ein finds Toasty, but Gavin with the 2K to
There we
finish it
go.
out. There we go. Yep, you're absolutely right. Bring it back forward. Though the issue is that they had 3 rounds in a row, and before that they only lost 1. So
Right.
3.
Last round
They're-
before the switch.
They all started with 9K.
Right.
They
Right.
all started with 9K there. So it doesn't really matter. Even though they won that last round, the economy is still very much in their hands. They have the money to play with. It looks like they might actually think about picking up an up. No, they don't. But it's definitely, even though that was a pretty convincing win,
I'll
they're going to have to
find
do it
them.
again.
Oh, absolutely. I don't necessarily think it's a necessity for Crown to pick up this last round of the half, but at the same time, it's pretty cool.
2 of them, and it almost kills Sofa because they were weakened because of that snake bite. What good team play coming out from Crown the Kings. Toasty does fall though, but Duper
Alright, Duper.
finds Rogue. Oh no. The heal has to get used. So the Sova is back up to full, but is missing the shielding. So, and not even too full. So it's a band-aid over the problem, but at least are no longer bleeding out.
Right. Oh, this is such a slow match right now. It's either a very careful match.
Oh, gets spotted. The wall goes down. Gavin,
Spike
who's
down,
on site, kills Beast. The spike is not planted. Sai gets spotted out. Drone finally gets
Spike
taken out. They
planted.
know exactly where Sai is and where they're waiting. Dev also gives away their location. And there we go. The wall comes down. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It's on the spike.
the
so the wall
spike.
is segmented. It is nowhere near safe. But Dev finds 2. Duper secures it. And despite the rough start, they bring it back 7-5. This is what they needed. I said the mentality was key. They couldn't let it get to them, and they haven't. They brought it back. when they needed to.
Absolutely. Those past 2 rounds are the Crown of Kings that I'm more familiar with. You know,
Switching
that I think we're all more familiar with. That,
I think the one
of
we're
course,
happy to see. Yeah.
Exactly. They played a little bit slower there than they might normally, but the way that they swung around those corners with confidence, the on point aim, all the duels that they wanted to take, and of course that beautiful, and we saw it at the very beginning, and although we didn't necessarily watch it too intimately, that utility usage to force people out of certain corners and just in general manage to get some solid damage down was great. It was a little bit unfortunate, that wall on top of Spike, so it broke, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
whether it be the snake bites, whether it be the shock darts or whatnot, all of them have been placed really, really well. And I remember we saw that very similarly against Doghouse, because
Yes.
that attack utility was perfect versus Dog Pound, and I think we're missing it right now in the current game. But luckily, the past 2 rounds, it demonstrated that they didn't forget how to do it.
Here we go. That last half is pretty much the off half. Neither team's
Yeah.
really on the side they want it to be on.
Standing ahead.
Seeing as now the attack has, that Sova and the Rays and Size immediately going
Right.
to open proceeding. Sage on Sage
no.
action is
Oh, no.
going to leave them
Oh, no.
alone. Beast somehow loses that duel.
Last
Sova
player
falls as well.
standing.
Sai, I was
Spike
Oh,
planted.
Sai, come on. I didn't even say it. I just thought it. I was going to mention how it was crazy that, after last game, you saw like Sai and Gavin and Dev pop off. And then, Sai is now on the bottom. Toasty was like 4th in the roster. But now Sai is going from last to 3rd. Crown the Kings are terrifying because sure,
yeah.
like Ein, Sofa, Beast, Gamer, Rote, they're all really good. They're really good players. But for some reason, Crown the Kings, you never know. Any one of them could be alive in a 1v2. And
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
still terrified. I still wouldn't count them out. Any one of them.
Absolutely.
None are dragging the team behind.
Absolutely. Across the scoreboard, they're unbelievably even as well. 10, 9, 8, 8, 8.
Right, a little bit of pressure towards A. Service drone's gonna come out, get a little bit of information. The Boombot comes out, but it's very rightfully taken away. And Gamer is completely spotted out by that server drone. Oh, that could be a huge paint shell. Who the smoke Rogue goes down. Gavin finds Gamer. Sofa's gonna have to do something. He's the only one
Spike
that's really in
planted.
a position to make a move here, but Classic in hand is severely outgunned. Oh, he's gonna get spotted by that dart. Oh, Sova, little health remaining. The Sage heal is used as well. Oh, gets the right click on the Toasty. Dev, though, gets the trade, so it is going to be a
Player standing.
2-1v4, sorry. Dev finds that kill as well, and now Beast is alone with the Classic, and they know exactly where they are. They know exactly where they are, and they're just going to say, you can have fun with the Spike. We're getting out of here, and Beast is just going to take that lost streak money in their back pocket, and it is 7-7.
Absolutely. Now, this is exactly how the first half started. It seems as though Crown is amazing at their pistol rounds, and they're also amazing at the anti-eco. But unfortunately, coming into the bonus round, it was a pretty dominant performance last half from Think Again. So we'll see how this goes. Mind you, it looks like Crown, they've picked up 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal here. So they're not necessarily as low in the arsenal as you might expect. But still, not exactly matching full rifles on the side of Think Again. I'm just curious to see if history repeats itself here.
Yeah, very much so. We've seen Crown win a lot of thrifties. Is Duper gonna get spotted? No, Duper barely does not get spotted. Don't know if they're expecting it. We'll actually get rid of the trip in Kitchen, so that will give away a little bit of information as to where they're playing. But Rogue is waiting. Gamer finds one, gets straight out. Really shows the team play of these two teams that we very rarely see, like 2v4s, or 1v4s, 1v5s, 2v5s. Almost every kill we see gets traded.
Teleport's ready.
Right.
It's very rare that you see someone get isolated and taken out. These teams know how to play around each other. They know how to play with each other. And it is making it so much more difficult for each other to work with. Looks like they lean over towards B. Spike is here, back of yellow.
30
The
seconds
Beast
left.
is waiting. They're waiting for this push-up. Snakebite's going to go down. He's going to try to prevent this Spike from going down, and it will. Gavin not quite hit
planted.
by it, but will take a bit of damage, but will run into Rogue Pringle. Sofa finds Dev. Excuse me, Dev finds Sofa. The heal comes out. Rogue only has 30 to work with.
Player
Duper
standing.
finds 2 over in hallway. And Toasty finds the last.
Gone here.
8-7. They picked up the bonus after a rough first half.
Man.
That's 3-0. Oh no.
All right. We've seen when they managed to pick up 3 in a row what happened before. Mind you, of course, Think Again is in a much better position than any of the other teams. Of course, Crown has gotten up against, but look at the creds right now. Almost 5K for 3 different members right now, and that's a little scary because if they really wanted to, we are aware of just how scary Duper, Toasty, Dev, almost everybody in Crown can be with an operator. And if they really wanted to pick that up next round, that'd be a little scary if they wanted to end up taking A or B. Aggressively.
Sitting here with the Sheriff, unfortunately, hits the crate and not the head. Gavin running through, keeping them off-site. Snakebite comes down to stall out the plant just momentarily. Wall goes down. Spike should be following suit, but here we go. Here's the pincer move that we've been seeing most recently. They're giving up a lot of space, but they're also entrapping them in. Toasty just spraying to that wall, hoping to hit something.
He's like a lethal spam right there.
He still only has the Sheriff to work with. Never mind, he has nothing. Gavin finds the kill. Gamer tries to sneak
One
through,
enemy
but
remaining.
side them. Gavin find one each. Sofa, last one standing,
Healing.
and goes down. 9-7. I think they heard us.
Yeah, no, they definitely
That or
heard
they
us.
felt
Yeah.
personally attacked by the last half.
Yeah, probably a mixture of both, I'm going to be completely honest. Makes sense that the defenders
Yeah,
would, of course, be
absolutely.
going to a timeout here. That's almost expected at this point. Of course, if momentum has been breaking now, of course, for Think
Yes.
Again, and they want to be able to get that back on track. Now, just looking at how well Crown the Kings has been playing currently, I think they are a better offensive half team just in general because of how well they're managing to take site. And like I was saying before, they like to play aggressively. And because
Yeah.
now that they are allowed to play their game, I think that they're finally finding their ride and able to just take that over towards, hopefully, a victory. Now it's 9-7, they're still pretty close, and nothing's exactly decided just yet. I think this particular round, 9-7, we've seen this
Yeah.
so many times. Whoever ends up winning this round has ended up winning the map.
Yeah.
But just looking at the setup, util, and arsenal, I don't know exactly what Think Again needs to do other than maybe not give as much purchase to the site that they had been to the crown.
The Crown.
But consistently, whether it be a Viper on B or whatnot, whenever Crown pushes rather aggressively onto a site, Think Again begins to just back off and not try and deal any extra damage prior to Crown getting that purchase on site. Say that.
So find one each. That's immediately a much better start. They try to take that space in mid, but they just meet bullet fire. Saya as well gets spotted by that Sova drone. Meanwhile,
That's exactly what we were talking about. Not giving up as much space.
ooh, Rogue
Ooh.
switches
Does he
away
know?
from
Does
the
he know?
No, they don't. Duper
Oh.
behind enemy lines. Finds Rogue. Really good kill for Rogue to start out. But unfortunately, Duper sneaking in the shadows goes unnoticed. Moments away.
Last player standing.
Oh.
That was a lot. That was a lot to
Absolutely.
take in.
Yeah.
Not even a 2K, just 2 kills almost within moments of each other that finished out that round, and that's the response we needed. That's the response that we
definitely.
needed to see coming out from Think Again. Because again, they've had a really, really good map. They've had a really, really good series getting to this point. They just needed to get some footing back into the second half, because the 4 in a row was a little bit of a hit.
Oh, definitely. And it had kind of been during the first 4 rounds of this half that if Crown wanted something, they'd get it, right? They, no matter what, they would get it because Think Again was just worried about trying to play with that gunplay and so would end up backing off. But Crown wanted mid, but luckily Think Again did not give them. And I think they need to continue doing that, where they can't just give up sight willy-nilly, because then Crown loves to play an aggressive and then post-plant plan, because they want to get the spike down as quickly as they possibly can, and then just play for some solid shots afterwards. And if they manage to shut that down, well, then I think Again is in a great spot.
There we go. They looked like they wanted to push towards B, but
Right.
just running into that Sage wall.
Exactly.
Going to stall them out a little bit. Plus the Vipers, or excuse me, the Snakebite is going to stall them even more and deal a little bit of damage. Looks like the Toasty. Paint Shell is going to be used. Push Iron off that corner. And here we go. It looks like the push is going to come through in mere moments, waiting for the smoke to drop, most likely.
Sonar managed to catch 2, so they're aware at the very least there's a presence of 2 on the attacking side here. Coming down B main. That Viper will-
I might be the difference maker, but I expect them there. Oh, Snakebite's going to delay that flank even more, and they're already pushed out from that corner. So Gavin finds Ein. Really good start to this take.
The gamer's still here. Could make something happen. Duper with an operator. Oh no.
Oh, Flash comes out, pushes them off the corner. Spike goes down. The Satchel finds Beast. Toasty finds one themselves. Duper with another.
Oh no.
Signed and sealed by Duper. Ooh. Trades out for the Ion Op. Nice.
that was definitely an attempt from Think Again to do what they did last round, right? So preventing them from getting on site. The difficulty is that I think they poured too much utility too quickly, and so of course Crown, as they were able to display earlier and in last half, they have the capacity to be patient, and that is exactly what they exercised there. Is that they had decided to just be patient. They knew that they weren't going to have as many snake bites, they were going to have slow, and of course, one of the huge pieces of utility didn't have the Sage Wall. So after breaking that and having it fall down, it just walked right into sight.
I definitely think again prefer to be playing with that advantage, play with a man down, because like you said, they dumped a lot of utility, but they didn't really get much from it besides a stall.
Right.
And unfortunately, when you're dealing with Crown of Kings, everything that's not a disadvantage is probably going to go into the way of the advantage for Crown of Kings. They are so mechanically gifted.
Absolutely.
You need to put yourself at an advantage.
Ooh.
Oh, this is moments away from either a disaster or a blessing. Oh, runs right into him. Dev finds the kill. Toasty as well finds the showstopper kill on the gamer. Dev is suppressed, sitting on top of 410. Shock darts come out, not enough to kill, but does some significant damage. Road Triangle does have force. Might catch up Dev here. It's gonna be tricky. Not enough to flick down on the Toasty, and Dev swings around and gets the kill, and Sofa looks like they're just going to save.
Yep, I don't think you try and come back into a 2v5 unless they were already on site prior to the hit, but of course, they don't have any econ here, and you are aware of how well Crown has been playing recently, and of course, their budgeting has been quite nice, as we're going to be coming into this round with every single member of their team being nothing short of rich. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. That's probably not what Sofa was expecting.
Absolutely not. I think right now, and of course, I am not one of these, pinnacle high-level players in Valorant, so don't get me wrong, but at the same time, looking at this from a sort of third-person and third-party perspective, I think again needs to find a sweet spot between letting them on site and challenging them early, right? So that Viper Pit that was used there, I think they could have sat further back on site, and then they could have just thrown, whether it be their snake bites down or slow or whatever it ends up being, onto... Oh, that's what I was waiting for.
Finds the kill on the gamer and reads them like a book. Can see them out of the corner of the eye, hear the shot go off, and then the rendezvous follows suit.
Don't slow peek it. Don't slow peek it.
Do not slow peek the operator, please. And Duper finds Beast, and it's kind of all crumbling.
Right now, it definitely is.
They're in a position they should be able to full buy next round, hopefully, but a flawless is not what you want to see. Okay, there we go. Toasty does fall. Fine, finds two. Okay. 1v3, and it looks like they're just going to try to go for a save here. Dev finds that final kill, and that's not amazing.
Match point.
Because now we are at match point in map number 1 of this best of 3, and despite a very strong performance from Think Again in the first half, in the 8 rounds we've played in second, they've picked up one.
Yeah, this is not a great showing in the second half here. But what I was saying before holding my breath to see whether or not Duper was going to get that operator kill, of course, I don't know why I was questioning it. But I think Think Again just needs to reevaluate, or think again how quickly they want to suppress that push. I think they just need to wait until the plant goes down, which sounds weird enough, but I don't know. They're either going too early or they're trying to retake too late. They need to find a sweet spot between that. Otherwise, Crown the King is just going to keep racking up those kills and keep crowning themselves the winner of that round.
Here.
They're well aware the Iron is back there. They're suspecting Gamer. Don't have to suspect anymore. both get spotted out. The swing comes through, but Gamer
Right,
both
good
find
trade.
one. Duper, though,
You will not kill
finds
my allies.
both of them. The revive on Toasty comes out. Duper with that operator. I think it legs Beast there. Duper gets away with only 77 health to work with, and that's it.
Attackers win.
I don't even get the chance to see them all, but that is Crown the Kings taking one
My
step towards the cash prize.
Goodness.
And
Has every map we've seen, by the way, had a different top frag from Crown the Kings? I think so.
I think so. I think Toasty finished
goodness.
first. Did Toasty finish first, or was it Psy? I don't know.
Anywho.
I don't know. They all
Yeah,
they all frag
yeah.
out. They all frag out.
Absolutely.
Oh my! But absolutely, that
Wow.
is going to be map one into the way of Crown the Kings, and I don't want to say dominantly because they were on the back foot going into the second half. Unfortunately, the second half was just an impressive showing, to say the least. The only
Absolutely.
round they lost is right after the coach came in and made adjustments on the side, I think, again, but they immediately adapted to those adjustments and then
Right.
swept the rest of the round. So
Right.
overall, an amazing performance.
An amazing performance. And like I was saying before, they're an aggressive team. They like to take the attack, which is, of course, why they did better in that second half. Now, Icebox, with the way that they were playing, they played that so unbelievably well. They knew which corners and sort of what cubbies, and of course, playing over towards yellow and whatnot, how they needed to use their util to push people out. So you had the sonar arrow and whatnot, snake bites, paint shells, and everything in between to make sure that they just got the point for themselves. And so at this point, I'm not even entirely certain because it seemed as if Think Again tried every style of play there to try and prevent the push onto point, except for maybe just going into a hyper-aggressive defense. But at the same time, they didn't have a duelist to do that. They couldn't hyper-aggressively take that space on the defending half. So at that point, they just kind of got run over.
Yeah, I definitely think again, was a little bit less flexible in their agent selection, and I think that really hurt them. Having the raise, I think, definitely made a massive difference. But it's not over. This is the finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best of three. So this is what it all came down to. So we still have at least one more map to go. Think Again might just pull it out. We have not seen Bind yet today, but that's where we're going next. But only after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping right on in. We're going the bind, and we're already in the agent select, running through it. Toasty immediately on that race that we saw them top frag on, and got some interesting team compositions here. Pretty standard, I'd say.
Pretty standard. Ooh,
Astra?
Brim and Viper as well, and then the Astra. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Duper's coming up here on Sky as well, and of course, Dev playing the initiator throughout all of the games that we've seen thus far, but making sure that they're moving their way on over to Fade. I'm excited to see what they have planned for Bind, because Astra I don't see often on Bind. I've seen Astra on plenty of other maps prior, but Bind is not one that I oftentimes see her be played.
No, Astra definitely has taken a little bit of a hit after her major nerfs, so you don't really see her much in general. I still am firmly of the belief that Astra is still good. It's just that, Omen has a little bit more playmaking potential. Brim has long smokes. Viper has the massive Viper wall. So all of them have their own unique thing. And I think that the best thing that Astra really has is the possibility of 5 smokes, which is the most.
Right.
And I think that just kind of gets outweighed a little bit. So I still think she's strong. And she also has the only smokes that are universal around the maps. Omen almost does, but they do have
almost. Yeah,
so I definitely think that Ash is an interesting pick.
Absolutely. Definitely excited to see what they have in store here, considering that we're going to be coming into the double controller here as well. On attack initially, I'm excited to see just how much and where they util dump. Of course, I think that might aid in the fact that they have 2 controllers. They're aware now that Crown the Kings loves playing aggressively, and then when Crown the Kings get on the offensive side, that maybe having that dual controller down in the field might be able to actually undercut that aggression a little bit harder, and I think maybe that's what they're playing for. But at the same time, we'll see. Getting into the first round here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love seeing the Raze and the Fade. The Raze, Fade, grenade strategy is always a fun thing to see. But as we get into the round, Duper sitting over in this long position, swings through after the flash, does a lot of damage onto the Brimstone of Iron, but not enough to get the kill. Sofa stuck between the paint shells, has to run away, and Toasty shoots them in the back as they run through. That's against the Geneva Convention.
It is indeed, actually. I feel like this isn't the first time that Crown the Kings have committed a war crime against their opponents. So I don't know,
Yeah, we've definitely seen massacres in previous maps.
Oh yeah,
I can think of at least one.
Yeah.
The Rogue pushes through, gets the Frenzy spray down on the side.
Oh no!
We're sitting there. Will actually die to the paint shells, not even the Frenzy. Gavin, though, finds Beast and the long range Frenzy spray down. Rogue. That's disgusting. The paint shells not quite hitting exactly where they want it to, but is going to keep Dev away.
It managed to destroy the Haunt.
That did, yes. And 12 seconds left on the clock. They need to get the spike down.
I didn't even realize for a second that they didn't have the spike down.
Oh no, it's a 1v1. Oh no, it's a tragedy.
On this.
Oh no.
Oh.
It was looking so good. Rogue Pringle getting a 3K in the round, pushing their team into what seemed like almost certain victory. But the clock was not on their side. And the clock always wins.
Absolutely. And Crown the King, they have been winning all of their pistol rounds thus far. And so this isn't too particularly out of the ordinary. What I will say is that was a much, much better showing in the pistol round from Think Again. Specifically from Rogue, because, oh my goodness, if they did not get plenty of value off of that Frenzy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A 3K that allows them also to get light shields going into this.
Exactly.
Which isn't a lot, but when you have nothing, it's something. Though Duper with the Stinger does bring it to a 4v5 as Gamer goes down almost immediately and losing the initiation tools that Sky has on hand is never good. Beast gets hit with the Prowler, has to retreat away. Gavin knows exactly where they are. He's going to concuss them. And Gavin and Dev just mow them down.
Oh no.
Can't go anywhere. Toasty finds one with the paint shells, finds one with the Spectre, and Sofa has Spike sitting in the back. Is just gonna slowly make their way over. Sonder over to B site where who even is that? Duper is just going to be waiting. They have nowhere to go. They don't know where to go.
Sofa's just trying to figure out
30
what
seconds left.
lane they can cross through to at least get one kill. Shut down the Flawless. I think that's what Sofa's hoping for the most right now. Because that's really all you can hope for in this moment.
They are going to run in
Oh,
to Sai, but he's going to rendezvous away. They're going to try to swing them early, but they're just going to run right into Duper.
right, absolutely. Now, we can talk about how amazing the gunplay is from Crown the Kings all day. Because we have been the entire time. Because it's spectacular.
Yeah.
But the utility usage is impeccable as well. That paint shell, the knowledge that they were going to be forced out of, excuse me, a main there, and sort of wrapping around over towards the boxes and sort of trying to chill in cubby, just sort of dancing around. Each of these rounds, paint shells, the haunt, blinds and flashes, they've all been used so unbelievably well so that Crown the Kings can just get whatever they want done when they need it. It's just Duper. They're looking like such a well-rounded team right now.
Duper forced to retreat. Rogue Pringle taking their way onto site.
Ooh.
Almost the wall. Oh no, they won't think the check left. Beast pushed all the way forward. Is going to be running into the flankers who stop in their tracks. They know that Beast is around somewhere, but don't exactly know where. Gonna make their way in the hookah. Beast still unnoted. Toasty. Oh, just about goes off. Dev finds one. Hunt comes out.
No way.
And it dries. Ein finds two, though. Duper finds one with that stinger. Toasty. Beast, the last one standing. They don't know where they are. Beast finds one. Still at full health. Duper has little health remaining.
Oh.
Did everyone see that?
It was close. It was so close. They almost were
close.
able to secure the third, but they didn't quite. And this is exactly how the last one started.
Yep. I will say, it did start with coming into the third round. I think again did have a much more dominant win in the third round, but unfortunately there was only one person remaining in Beast, who luckily, of course, was able to fully come out, of course, with that Vandal and Shield. But economy's not looking great for either team right now. Sai's breaking out the operator, and we know what happens when that occurs. So I'm a little bit worried for the well-being of Think Again, but we'll see.
Beast is only 2 away from the tour de force as well.
No, don't do it.
Beast, the king of getting into these corners and waiting for someone to be aggressive, or just wait for them to think that they are safe. Though Gavin over by Showers does find one. Rogue Pringle going down is a huge hit. Only them and Beast have hit 3 kills on their team. And it looks like they're going to rotate over to B through Marketplace.
Slow walking the entire way, not wanting to give a shred of information to anybody on Crown, but this slow rotation.
This should give them away.
Should give them B for free.
Yeah, it does make
30
them
seconds
aware
left.
of the 2 sitting down long. Beast is aware as well. And maybe he waited just long enough. The patience. The Sai's expecting it. Sai finds it. Duper finds 2 on site. Duper finds 3 on site. And Spike getting on site for free. It's just clinical the retake.
Flawless.
The fact that Psy still checked that. They waited there for almost
for
the entirety of the
so
round
long.
and saw nothing. The only thing they saw was that Astra smoke go up, which they set, and they still didn't trust to lead it there.
I know. And it makes sense that you would end up having somebody rotate on over towards B-Long, of course, because they had so many people exploding out of hookah that it might make sense for most teams to get caught off guard if somebody did wrap around towards that B-Long. But at the same time, that was so much patience just sitting there and holding the same angle the entire time. How do you sit there for a minute?
It's actually a
you want to
massive
play?
change
Let's
of
play.
pace for them. Because I remember criticizing them earlier in the day because I believe it was them that threw a haunt over top and it didn't quite hit the chamber in mid. And then they just left it. And they just left mid wide open. And I judged them for that because I thought that was very, very risky. And here they are 2 games later and they're playing with that paranoia in mind. Toasty almost gets hit by the Prowler. Dashes over top of it, able to get away. Gamer, though, does take a significant amount of damage in the process. Toasty just putting some shots into showers, making sure that Rogue knows that they know they're there.
This is a rough position for Think Again to be in right now. Not just in the particular round, but coming into this half in general, this is.
Okay.
30 seconds
Duper
left.
is the one that we're oh so used to sitting in the smoke and you know, with a shorty and finding 2, but apparently Dev decided they wanted to take a try at it, and Toasty finds 2, and a third with a paint shell for the flawless. It's looking scary. This is not what we wanted.
Really scary because I mean we talked about before, right? They still have a Raze, they have Toasty, they have people that love to be aggressive, they have people that are good at being aggressive, and they're not even on the attacking half yet. I mean, Crown the Kings really want to make this as convincing as they can. They probably hate the fact that at any point in time during their run here in this day tournament, that they were down to any other team. That at any time they ended up being in the negative for rounds. I think they decided that they didn't want that to ever happen again.
Oh my, what is the Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson, that's not the name
Michael
of the
Jackson?
person. Michael Jordan, and I took that personally meme. That is literally them.
Yes.
A little bit of a spray down over on B into the corner, waiting to see. Sofa is going to pick up that ultimate orb, and that is going to hand over the Viper's Pit. 3 ults in hand for both. The smoke goes down. Duper
Trade.
gets traded. The Haunt actually comes out. Ooh, and the Astral Divide comes out as well. This is going to be a much more difficult.
Come on.
But the showstopper is invested. That is going to be 2 of the 3 ults I mentioned previously. Beast is going to try to do something, but, you know, not being able to shoot through the wall is not amazing. It does go down. The Viper's Pit is called down in response. That should just about give enough room for the spike to go down, but it is a 4v3. Gavin just going to push through it. He's going to find the kill.
One
Gonna be a
enemy
2v1.
player standing.
1v1. 11 seconds left on the clock. They don't know where he is. Spike is gonna go down in time.
No, Beast.
Oh no, Sai is gonna have to do it, but he won't. Beast secures their second round. Scrappy.
One way to do it. One way to do it, though. Definitely Scrappy. No, that was not convincing. We have a tendency to enjoy saying whether or not, of course, a round or a half was convincing in any matter, but that was not a convincing round, and that's not something that you... If you're wanting to swing the momentum back in your favor, that's not the best way to do it. Of course, winning a round is good, nonetheless. Being able to pick up that operator, and now in the hands of Beast, amazing, of course. But at the same time, it's still looking rather dodgy, if you are a Think Again fan. But That being said, it's Valorant, and we have no clue what's gonna happen. Look, Think Again was doing amazingly in that first half, and then the Kings came back and absolutely dominated the attack. So, you never know what might happen.
Never know what might happen. You never know what's gonna happen this Saturday when you come and check out the Neon Black series on the IGL Twitch. What a great segue, am I right? Come check it out.
Great
$275 on the line. Action-packed Valorant. Come check it out. But getting back into it,
That's a good
that
start.
is going to be a timeout. And you hope that they make the adjustments that they need to. Because, again, they are behind, but they're not down. We said in the last game that even though they lost, it was definitely the best performance we've seen against Crown the Kings. By far.
Absolutely. By
And this
far.
is still a really good performance for them. 4-2 is still more rounds than some teams put together in one half. So
Right.
it's still a very good half. It's still a very positive half regardless, and they can still make it better. So hopefully they can push through here, and this might be a catalyst. Deb is looking to possibly do the Nightfall, but that's a huge pain shell. Is going to push them back. The flashes as well going to follow suit. Prowler comes out. Orbital Strike is also committed. Oh no, Seekers comes through from the back. Gamer stuck in the corner. Oh no, getting pictured in on Showers, the bloodbath.
Mortifying.
Fine and Beast, the two top frags of their team, the last two left standing in a 2v4.
Spike planted.
Oh no, Beast, are you going to think to check close? You need to think. Did he not spot the
You should
kill?
have seen it. You should have seen it. Okay.
How did he get that kill? That was such a tight angle, but he will find it. The Fade Ultimate comes
No
out.
way. No way. There's no way. they
We're
can
both,
just-
sorry, we're both jaw dropped. Does he get the flank? He does! How did this go from a 2v4 to a 2v1?
Obscuring
What are we
vision.
watching? Gavin is gonna tap. Beast is sitting there.
Wait.
Operator in hand. Is gonna push them off Spike.
No way. No way. No way.
In
Okay.
between. And Beast finds the kill.
All right. So that pause was clearly helpful in some capacity here. Now, once again, that was still a rather scrappy round, but if you keep putting together scrappy rounds after scrappy rounds and you keep winning them, that's not an issue. Though, you really don't want to get yourself into too many 2v4 situations. But at the same time, if you manage to keep playing like that and hitting shots like those, it doesn't particularly matter.
They are so
But it
dead.
would probably feel a little bit nicer for Think Again if they were not as close.
Yeah,
Trap
no, I'm
destroyed.
sure it's not good, for the mental stress.
Yeah,
can
right.
only stress has a way of aging people, and I think we both just
Absolutely.
lost a few years off of our life just watching it, let alone them playing it. Place is taken through hookah. The rogue is kind of on their own, and they actually have a ping on them, so they're expecting a push here. Duper, I believe, has an op in hand. No, they do not. That is not correct. Side does have the tour de force. They're
holding
waiting
these
for it.
angles.
They're being so patient. Sigh. How? That is the second shot in 2 rounds that I think how does he even see them, let alone hit the shot. That's gonna be huge. That is gonna be Seekers also out of their hands, and that's one of their most
30 seconds
important pieces of utility when it comes to taking sites. The smoke goes down just in time for Pringle to get flashed. The showstopper is used.
Wait,
Ooh,
don't get caught on the molly.
does get caught in the molly, takes a little bit of damage, but also getting hit with the Skydog slows him down. They don't get any value out of that showstopper except pushing that defense back. 5v4. Duper, the flash comes out. Duper swings through, finds one. The rendezvous comes out, pushes them back.
Oh no, Duper!
Catches them
Come on.
looking. They know the last two are in garden. They find one. Ein still left standing.
No way.
Ein finds three. Able to pull magic out of the hat a few rounds ago. Not quite able to do it on their own now. That is 5 to 3.
I love explosions.
My goodness. Every single round that we've been coming into has been scrappy for both sides in the past, like, 4 rounds. It's... Both teams are coming online, and neither one wants to give this up. They clearly are constantly trying to adapt the way that they're approaching these sites, whether it's defense or offense. Both of these teams are constantly switching up the way that they use their util, cycling through different peaks, double peeking, crouch peeking, wide swinging, whatever it ends up being. They're
You
constantly
want to
switching
play?
it up.
Let's play.
It's pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it really is. Sigh.
Sigh.
Sigh. I don't even need to say what happened. It's Sigh. He got the kill. They're pushed up all the way in.
Not your best.
What?
Just happened.
Teleport's ready.
That was that was through the smoke. He had no
Through
information.
the smoke
there.
and through the corner of the wall.
Grenade!
We're sorry. We're dumbfounded. We both have jaws on the. Literally, I think we just don't know what to say, which is hard for a caster to run out of words. Duper finds the kill over in Hookah. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm not even gonna try to contemplate what we just witnessed. Last two left standing is going to be Ein and Gamer. We're in a very similar situation to what we saw before, but now it is just a 2v5. They're both in this B leaning position. One in Hookah, one in Long. They could very easily rotate over to A, but at the same time, easily is very subjective when
30
you still
seconds
have
left.
5 people staring at you with guns
Destroyed.
trained. Duper
Player
is
standing.
going to get flashed only for a second. Will find the kill on Gamer, and now Ein, minimal health left standing, will fall as well. Duper with 3k on the round, and
Oh, flawless.
yeah,
Man.
it's round.
Sai has been. Sai's not at the top of the leaderboard right now. He's 5 and 5. 5 and 2. But past 2 rounds feels like he should be at the top of the leaderboard because the amount of shots that he's been hitting and the shots themselves through the smoke, through the corner of the wall, constantly able to hit these whack shots just out of nowhere. Sai's
There's
going
only
online.
3 pixels. There's only 3 pixels available. That's too many. It's fine.
Yeah,
So I'll hit
exactly.
it.
Don't even need one.
I've got your trail.
Seekers come out. That's going to give a fair bit of information. Oh no, Pringle gets drawn in, and that is the raise fade combination you see. Toasty kills themselves!
Spike down A.
There was a flank around. Duper finds 2. A little Dev. Okay, Dev with the judge over it.
The disrespect.
Sai with the operator finds 1 to force to do, and Gavin finds Sofa as they fall. It's
falling.
almost a flawless. It's almost a flawless because they only got
Almost
1 kill because Toasty killed themselves.
Yeah. That was rather unfortunate. Like I said, sometimes the larger you are, right? The giants will always fall harder, right? Toasty has been playing amazingly, and he had that mishap with the paint shells before. And this might have been arguably a little bit greater of a mishap, but at the same time, everybody has those days. Everybody makes mistakes,
I hate it. Thank you. Beast gets spotted over in the long fountain area with that flash, forces them to retreat a little bit. Don't call it that. Everyone makes mistakes. Oh, Toasty. Toasty with the boom bot will spot out Sofa. We'll do a quick rotate around. Won't find anything though. Dev finds Ein. Gavin finds Sofa, and it's just a clinical demolition. I say that as Rogue finds 1 with Sheriff.
Don't peek again.
Gamer flashes through, will find side. This might give enough opportunity from them getting cross. No, it doesn't. Aside finds
down
Beast
A.
and trying to intercept Rogue with the Sheriff
Whoa.
is coming online. Like we said before, will pick up the Operator as well. 1v2, one coming from either side.
Interesting.
They don't have Spike.
No, they don't. They're gonna wait.
30
Dev
seconds
to get
left.
contact, but he's gonna spin around. Rogue was what, 7 health there?
Yeah, it was very weak.
Last round in the half.
Rogue trying to do the best they can, putting the team on their back a little bit there, but you can only do so much when, you know, you're in a 1v3 situation. 1v2, 1v3? I can't remember.
1v2.
It's-
1v2.
It's all blurring together.
At the very,
all blurred.
very end, it ended up being a 1v2.
Man, it's such a strong performance from Ground
Oh
Games.
no. Don't do it. Don't double up on the last round of the half. Have a little bit of humanity. Look, come on, guys. We know you're amazing with the operator in hand. We're aware that you're some of the best operators that we've really seen. But at the same time, you have to have a little bit of mercy coming into this game right now. Like, Duper with the operator in hand is a force to be reckoned with.
Mercy, this isn't Overwatch. Get that double off. I am the devil on the shoulder. Cause chaos, yes. He's trying to take some space up through Hookah. Has it all the way up to Teleporter, but a little bit afraid to go in alone. Don't blame them. Sky Dog will spot Duper and will give away that information that they're sitting there with the operator.
Oh no.
Oh, no, Duper runs.
Oh.
Doesn't get spotted. The Rogue finds side. That's one operator down. They don't know it, but Gavin's underneath too. Then will finally get taken out. Tev is running around with the judge. Oh my.
I'm so confused about the positioning and the aggression that's
Duper.
being used here.
Duper with the off finds one. Duper picks up the Phantom, finds a second. Dev with the judge finds Ein. Switches to the pistol, finds Beast. And we finish the half 8-4. Sorry, 9-3.
9-3.
Save the
9-3.
That was the most chaotic end to a half I've seen.
Switching sides.
It was so difficult to pay attention to where everybody was positioned because people were just jumping with Vandals in hand. People running through Hookah with a judge. People are taking close angles with operators and managing to just one-tap people with classics. What is happening? This game is devolving into just pure chaos at this point. And I can imagine now that the Crowns are on attack, it's only gonna get more chaotic. Because that's what they do. That's the name of their game.
And their composition is based around it. You mentioned it earlier. Defense is not the side they want to be on. They have the Fade, they have the Sky, they have the Raze, they even have Chamber. Like we said, is technically a Sentinel, but at points only a name. Though Rogue
Great
does
way to start
find
out.
the opening kill. That's a great way to start the siege. Almost finds Beast. And here we go. There's a lot of util being dumped into Hookah to clear it out. Pressure comes through. Dead only has classic in hand. No more util on. 15 seconds till haunt. Gavin still has their 2 smokes. With a star in hand. There we go.
I need to stop.
2 headhunters firing at each other. Don't quite find any value from either. Site is getting cleared though. 2 over in elbow, 1 towards CT. Flash gets used,
Spike
only
planted.
stalls momentarily. Toasty pushed all the way up, almost into CT, but only has a little bit of health left to go. Sai as well goes down with minimal health. The frenzies everywhere, mowing each other down. Oh, Dev
No.
fights one.
No.
One enemy
No.
remaining.
No way. Wait, no!
Last
They
player
got
standing.
Get the clutch, they get the- and the knife goes in the way of Dev. What are we watching?
Oh, no.
Chaos has filled the server. It's hard to follow.
This is, well, you know, at the very least, this is a rather interesting and unique game to watch. Right. So let's get our head on our shoulders real quick and figure out, you know, what exactly this next round is going to look like. Luckily, of course, Think Again's coming in here with a much better arsenal in hand down in Crown the Kings. But at the same time, we've seen Crown the Kings convert before. Think Again is definitely in a different level than some of the other teams that they've faced prior in this tournament, but I wouldn't put it past them to be able to manage a rather nice turnaround.
I just looked.
Opening up the Psy. Okay, Ein's able to take Psy out of the pool, which means that they don't...
Find Sofa. By the way, I just looked at the round count, and I thought it was the third round. I thought it was the bonus. We just finished the first round. We're only on the
Yes, we
second.
just finished the first round, yes.
Doesn't feel like it, but that's where we are. Toasty is going to get the spike down. Ein stuck around in the corner. Should find... Sorry, excuse me. Should fall here soon. The Prowler is... Oh, that siege is going to give away so much information. Toasty finds one,
Huge.
though. Rogue Pringle with the judge is huge. Finds two. The spike is down. Duper sitting around the corner. Waiting patiently. Still has smoke. Oh, no, they don't.
One enemy remaining.
One. Oh, they know exactly
Last
where they
player
are.
standing.
No way,
Oh,
no
no.
way, no way. Should totally be able to get this.
The
didn't realize
paint
it was that
shells
close.
Just enough. I don't think
I'm
they
the
knew
pride of
either because
Bahia.
they stayed there, and I think they would have swung through if they'd known. I didn't think that that was the kill, but they must have been a lot closer. Oh
Yeah.
no! The fact that that
There.
almost went to the way of Crown of the Kings, though.
Beast is buying an operator on third round. The rest of his team are gonna have like Spectres and Marshals, a Frenzy, maybe a Stinger, and Beast has bought an operator with light shields and only 100 credits to his name. He has to make this count because if he doesn't, it falls in the hands of
Toast
Crown the Kings.
or Sai, or
Duper,
Gavin,
anybody.
anyone of them.
anybody.
These tries. Sorry.
The nightmare has come true. Hope doesn't exist here. Dreams are fake.
These pushes through, tries to find it though. Rogue Pringle and Ein find one to trade it out. They actually don't pick. Never mind. Sofa picks the operator back up at least. So
The very
though it
least.
is on the other side of the map, Side does push forward a little bit. Might be able to pick up this orb. Might just think of doing it too. Them two. Okay, Gavin and Sai mow down Ein. And it looks like Sofa's just sitting over on A. They might just be saving the operator, regardless of how the round
30
turns,
seconds
'cause
left.
That, like you said, that is a
Yeah.
that's a very rough thing to lose really early on. It was a okay. Showstopper being pulled out. Gamer tries.
All right.
Doesn't quite hit. Pringle has Vandal in hand. Might be able to do something.
Satchel out.
13 seconds left. Satchel comes through.
remaining.
Wait.
Oh
10
no!
seconds left. Last player standing.
This is entirely possible.
Planted.
This absolutely is entirely possible. They are vulnerable only for moments, though.
In the wrong direction.
Toasty pulls it out. Are they gonna save the operator? I don't think they will. I don't even know if they know there is an operator. I'm not
I don't
gonna
think they
lie.
do because I don't think
He
they
never shot
heard
it.
the operator. I think they shot one time, but I don't think they ever heard because it was constantly snake bites, paint shells, pudding. It was just so much utility being used that like, yeah, there's no reason that they should really know the fact that there was an operator in play. That
What?
is so
Unfortunate.
unfortunate.
This
We're literally
is
talking about. Go ahead. Go ahead.
if you're like disappointed by this final, I don't know what to tell you. This is the kind of chaos that we love to see here. It may not be looking like it's going to a map 3, but they're definitely giving you 2 of some of the most interesting maps of Valorant I know I have ever seen.
Oh, absolutely. I love how immediately, as soon as we were talking about, he needs to get some sort of value with the operator. immediately gone. Like, this is the this entire game is the definition of Caster's Curse. by the way. Like, I cannot think of a game better that I've cast that I can think about. Oh, that was an example of Caster's Curse. Rogan Gamer picking up Duper and Gavin just straight up through the smoke at that point. What is happening? There's never just like a regular gunfight that happens.
No, there's not. Toasty stuck into a bad position. Enemies ahead of them. Paint shell behind them just runs through it. Luckily, it only takes a little bit of damage.
Scout
Will
destroyed.
spot the fade around the corner. Won't spot Psy though. That will though. So looking to continue to play aggressive. Dev is expecting them to the
30
left.
seconds left.
Oh no, this might be tragic. If they check left first, Will run into Gamer. Survives with scraps. Toasty finds one on Ein. Rogue is still upstanding, but only momentarily. Psy finds the trade. 2v3. 13 seconds left on the clock. They need to get Spike down.
They
10
just have to
seconds
go
left.
for it.
I don't know if Psy is able to. It looks like they're just gonna save. Psy is going to be taking the tour de force into the next round, which might just be enough to sway it back into their favor. First half, chaos, but it was very clearly into the way of Crown of Kings. But here we are, switch over. Think again are starting to put rounds together. Even more chaotic, very close, but it's still rounds on the board. We said it before, it might be scrappy, but a win is a win, a round is a round, and at the end of the day, as long as you hit 13 first, it doesn't matter how you got there.
Absolutely. I just... We keep coming into the round, right?
play?
Where one team will end up getting a pick, but the other will win the round. In a strange fashion of just like the pendulum constantly swapping over to the opposite side. Doji should be able to get this here.
Toasty will find one. Psy falls in response, though. That is going to be a 2-for-1 going into the way of Think Again. Gamer pulling back, reassessing the situation. There's still 2 over in showers that are unaccounted for. They know Toasties at least over there, thanks to that showstopper. Maybe hoping that this Prowler hits it, but there's still 3 on site. This is very dangerous. A rotation might be possible, but they're going to be running into the arms of Beast, who we know can pull some magic out of their hat, especially...
So
good. No, that's scary.
Gamer, clinical, finds the final 2, brings us 10-7.
You know, going back to the very beginning when we were looking at the like introduction here to this map, we were thinking about the dual controller here, and I had mentioned that maybe it was just to sort of undercut that aggression that Crown of the Kings loves to take, and I think that's actually what is happening right now. They give up so many rounds on the attacking half, but Crown of the Kings only put 1 on the board on this second half. It was a 9-3.
Yeah. The only one they won is the bonus, which is what they should have won as well. So it's not like it was an upset. Oh, Toasty, if he would have hit that, that would have been dirty, but not quite.
Oh, no.
HL, such a rough spot. Beast and Rogue find 1 each. Duper gets spotted out with the Skydog in showers.
An amazing trade.
Really. And I think this is the difference between last game and this one. I mentioned before that in the last game, they were utility dumping. They were stalling them out, and you said they needed to get a little bit more. They needed to find that balance. And I said they need to find those opening picks. If they can find an opening pick, put them in an advantage, because if you are 5v5 against Crown of the Kings, you are at a disadvantage inherently because they're so mechanically gifted. But if you can win those opening trades in those utility dumps, play smart, use that utility well, you have such a higher chance of winning. And now we see them on this defense. They made that adjustment. They're in such a stronger spot.
Absolutely. Duper wrapping around here.
30 seconds left.
Caught out by Gamer if they decide to make the peek here. Yep.
We will absolutely get spotted out. Not enough to get the trade, though. Gavin finds behind, though. Oh, no. Gamer catches them running.
Still completely
is down.
possible for Crown to win this.
Oh, it absolutely is. Sai, in a really rough spot, really can't help their teammate out at all. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no.
Gavin falls. Sai finds one.
Go for it.
Almost certainly here.
Enemy remaining.
Sai finds one.
What? Did you see their faces?
No! No way you just did that! He pressed tab and he saw that he was at the bottom of the leaderboard. He said, you know what? I need to step up because we're all supposed to be kings here, right? We're supposed to be wearing our crowns, and no matter what, we are supposed to be all making plays. And that is exactly what Sai did just there. There is no world, no alternative universe that for some reason he should have been able to hit those amazing shots. But 3 consecutive clean, crisp headshots. That's ludicrous. What? Come on now.
Sai
Come
finds
on, man.
one to open it as well. This is what we talked about. They need to find these opening picks, because if they're 5v5, they're at a disadvantage. Even more so when they're now 4v5. They're gonna have to play for the retake. Spike is gonna go down so quickly. Beast almost caught out there. Taking a gunfight with 2 is not gonna go your way. Duper ends up finding the kill. They're playing in this PT area, and Toasty just finds the spray through the wall. Sofa tries to swing and find 2, but Phantoms versus Spectres only gonna go one way in a 1v2 situation, and we are at match, and we are also at series points.
Series and tournament point here.
Should I play some stars
This
in
is-
reality?
Something either clicked or snapped in Crown the Kings, where they realize there's no way that once again we can have anybody go above 7 rounds against us. There is no possible way that we are going to allow that amount of disrespect to occur again. And by God, if that's not what they're doing right now, completely cornering and shutting out Think Again. Wow. Just, there is no reason Sai should be able to get away with what he did, and then immediately coming into the next round, just so dominant coming from Crown the Kings.
I know we talk a lot about, when they go to map 3, and a lot of times when, casters, we're just trying to be very positive, because there's no point of being negative.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the only games I've ever experienced where I'm looking at a 12-7 scoreboard, and I think they can pull it back. Think Again.
Right.
I know we keep
Right.
Right
praising Crown Kings.
there. Right there.
We're also praising Think Again, and there's a reason for it. It's
course.
because both teams are so good. Crown the Kings are putting up a great performance in the last 2 rounds, but remember, they won 2 in a row, and now they're at match point.
Right.
They dropped 4 of the 5.
Exactly.
This is still an amazing half for Think Again. If they can get control back into this round, it's a very, very weak buy for them, to be fair. But if they can get an open pick, and dropping this Viper's Pit is probably the best way to do it.
They also have the Tour de Force and the Showstopper. And the Showstopper could be huge for Think Again. And Think Again has time and time again been able to put Crown the Kings into a corner, has really managed to kind of back them up. And
That's a massive rotation.
that's huge. That's huge for them.
And almost all are going to get spotted. Gamer, though. Gamer and Beast waiting
That's what you want. That's
patiently.
what you want.
Gamer tries to run. Finds one, though. That is going to be a 2-for-1 situation. That's going to be positive
trade.
for them. Tour de Force.
Come on.
Oh,
It's gonna be huge.
Sky's out.
Fine.
Sorry.
Super.
That was expertly played, and of course, Beast with a Tour de Force. Come
30
on.
seconds left.
Beast doesn't just have a Tour de Force. Beast is a Tour de Force. Sofa waiting patiently, almost certainly hurt Gavin. Beast is hunting for it. The
Don't do it.
comes through. Gavin finds one, though.
Come on, Gavin.
We've seen crazier happen, but Ein
Okay.
finishes it out, brings it back. We said it was a weak buy. We said this is where they need to bring it back. It was still in the realm of possibility, and they made it a reality.
Absolutely. And that was not a particularly scrappy fight either.
No.
Yes, they only had 3 living, but they still had 3 living. They only had to pop the tour de force, which means that they managed to pick up another weapon after that. That was a perfect round for them to come back and hopefully begin to roll forward with a little bit more momentum than they had prior. Because, hey,
Here.
this defensive side has already shown to be clearly in the favor of Think Again. So hopefully, we'll be able to continue to demonstrate that. Of course, Hit Force Beast to take the teleporter, so unfortunately there's only one person trying to hold B, and it's Sofa, the Viper, completely on their lonesome, and now, it's nobody!
Yeah, unfortunately, that may be a massive misplay for them. That might just cost them out of the round. But the tournament, the Tour de Force is also going to get popped. It's the only ultimate that is in the hands of anyone. Gamers technically run away from their Seekers. Just be enough. Well, Pringle finds one. That's exactly what they need to get back into it. Ein finds another.
No.
Spray down.
No!
Retake is clinical.
No!
2v1. We've seen it happen before. They might just be able to do it again. The Tour de Force is still in the hand. Sorry, how did you find that?
Oh! The only reason that they got that is I believe Sai actually hit that tour de force shot, but it was through the Seeker.
Run it.
Oh
Flip it.
my
Someone flip that.
goodness.
I've said that there was a lot of times where I don't know how Sai hits that shot. I physically have no idea how Sai hit that shot. Because normally, like, okay, there's a pixel. I can imagine it being a pixel. He looked like he was looking at the wall. I don't know how that hit.
There was maybe half a second of reaction that went into that shot. He had to decide who he was going to shoot, and immediately, the second that there was even a barrel of a gun crossing around that corner, boom, done. That was amazing. Sai isn't necessarily, like we said, he's not the biggest playmaker, but he's so consistent right now.
Some of the most important players on the team. There is
Absolutely.
the top fragger, there's the IGL, and then at the end of the day, it is the players that make the big plays. Duper. Right? It's not gonna check right. Rogue's gonna find them.
Rogue.
Satchel's gonna come out. Double Satchel. Oh, that's spray down. Fine.
You madman!
Toasty as well. Rogue. Rogue.
One enemy remaining.
Spike is down on the other side of the map. Gavin.
Come on.
Gavin?
No, don't do it. Come on.
Neither team is willing to give an inch. Neither team is willing to give an inch. You give them an inch and they take a
have this
mile. Gavin, despite being in a 1v5, brought it down to a 1v3. And again, this is a situation. Yes, I can imagine them coming back 7-12. I can also see Gavin.
No,
get,
no,
oh, no.
It makes sense. It makes sense for them to not necessarily clear that, because who in their right mind would still be playing there holding an angle like that? But of course,
That's the
nobody.
fault.
Nobody in this lobby is playing in their right mind because everybody is insane. Everybody is crazy. And that's the reason why this is such an entertaining and interesting match right now. We are 12-10. If we go to OT, I'm gonna freak out. Because it looked like this was such a one-sided half with 9-3. And now we're 12-10? Excuse me?
This is it. And this is it. There is
I just wanna
nothing
play it
left in the bank. There's nothing left in the bank for Crown the Kings here. If they lose this, they're going to be on an eco. They're going to have to force a bye, which we've seen them pull Thrifties out. So I'm not saying it's done and over with, but it puts them at a massive disadvantage, and we could easily go to it overtime. This is it. We're seeing an A-lane. We're going to go back to it. We're seeing an A-lane. It's going to be a 3-2 set up 2 over towards Shower like we have seen. It looks like they might prioritize getting this
No
orb.
charges.
Dev.
You want to
2 away. There we go. Astral Divide comes out. The Haunt comes to clear through. Showstopper follows suit as well. Dev finds one. Gamer finds the trade. Gavin as well. It is chaos.
He's so low. Lucy and Gavin are so low. That could be huge.
This is it. Beast. Taking a little dip in the acid. It's fine.
To clear showers. They should know. They should know somebody showers, right?
They should. The sneaking is coming through. Sofa. Ein finds one. The swing through side. 1v3.
Attackers win.
We were holding our breaths. It's hard to talk when the stakes are so high, but at the end of the day, the Kings were crowned. Crown the Kings are your weekday Warriors champions for this week, and it was well deserved.
Absolutely. They deserve their name as well. Crown the Kings, and the crown they did receive. My goodness. We were talking about before. Every single person on that team is a playmaker. And the bottom frag going into that was Sai, and Sai is who we kept talking about. That is insane. How do you have so many players on one team that manage to be that good at every single turn in play?
My heart is pumping. I feel like I'm about to have a heart attack. It was so well deserved, but I know we're going to talk about Crown the King, but man, you have to give it to Think Again.
Oh,
they are
of
the
course.
only team in this entire competition to
course.
really push Crown too easily. Could have gone to overtime. I said it before, but I'll say it again. At no point in this series, not this map, not in the first map, this series was any round given. Everyone was earned. Even in 1v3 situations, you never
Right.
knew. Sai came back with a 1v3. I think
Ugh.
multiple times. Nothing
Mhm.
was earned. Everything was taken.
Absolutely.
All right. Before we wrap it up, do you have any final thought? Any final thoughts before we wrap it up and go home?
All I want to say is congratulations to everybody that was involved in this tournament. There was some amazing skill, even those that got knocked out in the first round and those that got knocked out in the third. Everybody that we saw was amazing. It's just unfortunate that Crown the Kings was the opponent that those that lost to them just had to go up to. And who knows? There are some amazing talents on this team, and I would not be surprised if they manage to just keep etching up that bracket and keep etching up those tournaments. And I would love to see casters far beyond our skill level in Echelon be able to cast for such amazing players. I would love to see both these teams again, so congrats to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive congratulations. Both teams earned their placements again. Think again. I really think that it's just unfortunate that you ran up against Crown
Absolutely.
Kings. Both teams put on a show.
Mhm.
Thank you so much for the amazing Valorant. But there's even more amazing Valorant coming up this Saturday on IGL on our Twitch channel. The Neon Black Series, $275 on the line. Come check it out. It's going to be a great time. And as well, the Solos Arena is on our website. Come check it out. It is a private matchmaking service. Come test out your skills. First 100 people to sign up get their first month free, and you can win some amazing prizes. Come check it out. Come check out both. It's a lot of fun. It's some great Valorant action. But thank you so much for joining us watching this amazing Valorant action today,
man.
because it was an amazing day of Valorant.
It was an amazing match.
So thank you again for joining. Congratulations to Crown the Kings for being our weekday Warriors champions. We will see you again on Saturday. Peace.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Hayden got me sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa.